Well, after all that build-up, I feel like getting on a plane and going back to California, but I guess we'll stick around here as long as we got here. Since I was here last, we no longer have chalk. I wore clothes that wouldn't matter today instead of my dark ones, and we have gook here today. Now, I was requested by Marcy and by a few other people to talk on life's word. Now, that's a little book that we put on. I have it printed. It has no author's name on it except life. And I have always resisted talking on the book because I thought everybody could just go ahead and read it. But inasmuch as it was requested, and it makes it very easy for me, and I'm lazy, well, I will talk on life's word today. And if you can stand it tonight, we'll continue on it tomorrow. Is that all right? And if you don't like it, well, say so, and we'll quit. Now, the only way I know to talk about it is somewhat read it and point out some of the things as I understand it, what it refers to. Now, I'm going to read it with simple, everyday, modern, pseudo-English. It's written in very high-sounding these and thous and thys and all that stuff, and I can't hack that. So I will just stick to you and me and etc. I'm going to draw a little picture here, which you have seen somewhere along if you've been here before. That here is a physical body, which seems to be a very essential thing for people to get along with. And in here is an awareness. Some people call that mind. I do not. And something here that we will call life, and we will refer to it with the letter X. When I went to school a long time ago, they told me that in algebra that if you knew something existed and didn't know what it was yet, you put an X there. So I know that something exists, but I don't know what it is, so we'll put an X. And there's always some function of a human being is always making some function. So we're going to talk about this, and I may point to it every now and then from out of life's word. Now, if you don't like the way we do this by reading about it and comments on it, which is the only way I know to do what Miss Marcy requested, and you know what Marcy requests, Marcy gets. Doesn't she, Bob? Did he leave already? So at any rate, we will proceed with it on that basis. So I had one in my pocket, and so this one here can still be sold. I happened to find one in my pocket. Incidentally, we have a new edition of it that we had printed in Canada, and it's in beautiful blue and white print, and it's in color and a slick finish. Do you have any of those down there, Marcy? Well, I'll order them, Donna, and it costs more, but they're worth more because they're pretty. They have the same words in them, understand, but it's been newly typeset and published in a very deluxe edition, to which everybody could have one, and I think the price went up less than the inflation rate, okay? I told Donna when she called me to see if I'd come here that I couldn't come for what she used to charge, because inflation gone up. The airplane tickets have gone up, and every other thing has gone up. Parking gone up. Gasoline get down to the airport went up. So we finally negotiated, and I let her talk me out of most of it, but not quite all. And from now on, we're really going to hang it on, you know. It's really going to get with it the next time. So you got the bargain this time. So we'll start with life's word. It starts off and says, I am life. So the writer of this little book claims to be life. Who are we to find fault with it? I live in all bodies, inspiring them always to do my will. Now, frequently I am people that said, if I only knew the Lord's will, I'd do it. If He just let me in on it. And seems that He said, well, I've already got you doing it, so you don't have to worry about that one anymore. This book eliminates all worry and concern if you take it a little seriously. It really gets all these things that we fret and worry about and make so important, our evolvement and our enlightenment and our getting with it and all this stuff. It gets rid of it. I inspire this message, which is for those only who can receive it. Now, of course, that's all of us. Now, we may receive it slightly different, but we'll hear something somewhere through the thing. I'll guarantee you'll hear something, and that something is plenty. You don't have to get every word. In fact, if you only got one of them, do quite fine. It says, I know all mysteries. That which I send has a hidden or inward meaning for you. If your inward heart does not see the wondrous truth, be sure the brain mistaketh the meaning. Now, the word thy is used all along through this little book. And thy has been understood by many people to refer to as a pronoun, but it is the word thee, T-H-E. I believe it's pronounced these days as the. Is that correct? I never have been able to get it that way. I have a hard enough time with thee. So, be sure the brain mistaketh the meaning. And it does that by interpreting according to its preconceived opinions or frame of reference. Think not that life's word is of no interest. If the body thrills when touched by earthly joys, how much more will it thrill to the touch of that which is heavenly? If the blood flows quicker and the tears spring forth when earthly emotions quicken you, how deep and strong shall be the current when I put mine own hand on the heart. Now, life deals with awareness. Now, this thing we put as awareness is in this little book called heart. It doesn't refer to that little pumping piece of meat in their chest. It refers to what one does is being aware is called the heart. And the heart is what determines what will be done. If you say, I'm going to stand up, well, the heart has determined that, and you stand up. Now, you don't know how to stand up, I don't think. I've noticed that most people think they push up from their feet, but I've observed that you're pulled up by your head just far enough to reach the ground. I think that's the way it works. Try it and see if you can get up without tightening up your neck. Anybody want to try it? You want to try that, Mac? See if you can get up with your neck relaxed. So do you see your head pulls that long carcass up till it's straight up and down above the ground. And you don't know how to do it. You only determine what. Now, the heart says what. X takes care of the how. Now, don't jump that in that you decided what you wanted was a new Rolls Royce and you figure that X will buy it for you. Notice it is really not interested whether you have a Rolls or not. Fear not, last word. Now, I have a lot of people that says that thing just scares me to death. I say, well, don't read it. You know, why bother with it? Nobody told you you had to read it. I just make it available. If it frightens you, lay it down. Fear not, last word. It will strip you bare of the complacency. It will destroy the self-righteousness. It will show you that you have always condemned me unknowingly, that's life, and it will humiliate you to the dust. Yet fear it not, for you are mine. Unto myself I have taken you, through you do not know it, though you do not know it. So we wouldn't be here, we wouldn't be doing anything unless life had decided it. Now we think, well, I decided to go out to Lake Whitney for the weekend, but you know, there's a lot of things you decided to do didn't happen very well. So life says, well, you can profit from this, so you will get involved in it in some way or other, so you got here. Fear is a lack of trust, a trust in life. You know, that's what everybody fears, that life don't know what to do. Is that right, Mary? You know, you figure little old Mary's got to figure it all out. But really, you know, you don't have to know what to eat. Life will tell you you're hungry for peanut butter, and you get peanut butter, and after a while it tells you you're hungry for biscuit and sausage, and you get that, and after a while it says a little shot of grits would be pretty good, and so on. So it tells you don't have to figure all that stuff out. Fear is a lack of trust. If you do not trust me, life, whom will you trust? Used car dealers, I heard. Will you put the trust in father or mother or brother or sister? You know, we sometimes think maybe the relatives will take care of us, but I'm getting along all right without relatives. I had some once, but they didn't help much, so I departed, you know. I don't think I have any anymore. These two do my will, however selfishly they seem to act toward you. Have you found that they betray the confidence that you put in them, that they expect of you that which you cannot give? You know, that a lot of folks expected an awful lot of you that you didn't seem to deliver, and they got very upset, and so you felt, I just can't please people. They're very difficult to please, or some folks even go so far as to feel guilty because they can't please everybody. Of course, none of us, I'm sure, ever did that, did you? You wouldn't do that, would you, Beth? You feel guilty because you didn't please everybody? Not me. Huh? You lie well, too, don't you, Beth? I noticed that. Blame them not. They are my ministers to bring you unto myself in perfect surrender. Now, surrender doesn't mean to become an abject nothing. Surrender means that I have ceased to know what ought to be. Now, that's a pretty hard thing to give up, you know, because we are experts in knowing what ought to be. I know how you ought to behave and how you ought to behave and how you should do everything and whatever. But, you know, if that could be given up, it's called surrender, which means possibly the things that we feel we're most rich with is I know what ought to be. I know how you ought to behave. I know what you ought to do. You know, I really don't, but I don't even know what I ought to do. But let's say that we could give up thinking we know what ought to be, and we could live quite contentedly with what is. It's been pretty nice so far, hasn't it, Mac? Huh? Well, it's when you wasn't comparing it to what you knew ought to be. Now, if I compare what ought to be with what is, it comes out in a mess right now, doesn't it? Right now, it should be cooler. The air conditioner should be more cool in here. People ought to be leaving $1,000 apiece to come here tonight. Marcy would help pay the bills, wouldn't it? And, you know, that's what some of the things that ought to be. But that's not what is. Now, when I compare what is with what I think it ought to be, what is comes out looking pretty shoddy. Is that right? And if I don't compare it to anything, I'm simply enjoying it, isn't it utterly amazing? I work with a guy who says it's amazioni, that's what it is. So it's really amazing that we can walk and see and hear and touch and speak to each other and be aware of what's going on around us and just simply being alive. That is very amazing. But if I know what ought to be, I'm in a pitiful shape, aren't I? Real bad. I can feel so sorry for myself. And very justifiably, too. So we'll leave that one. That's surrender. You need not worship me, period. In the heart, there is that which is one with me. In other words, there's a little bit of I in here, which is one with X. It is that which says what without making a judgment about it or anything. I draw a line under that there. And then there's another kind of I we put out here with little quotation marks around it, which is false ones. You need not worship me. In the heart, there is that which is one with me. Now, you certainly don't have to worship something that's one with you. You don't have to worship a toe or a foot. Now, I'm very thankful that thing's down there, but don't worship it. But if you do sincerely worship any god or any godlike man or anything of heaven, earth, or hell, then you do unknowingly worship me. So if you worship anything, even money, says you are worshiping me because, the whole thing's made. There isn't anything else anyway. Have you an ideal? I am that. Have you a love? I am that. That's really what you care about. You need not believe life's word. You don't have to believe a thing in this book. You shall feel in the heart that I am there, but I have given you also a brain to question and to analyze and deny. Fear not to use it. In other words, challenge everything. There's nothing more unspiritual than to be gullible. That is sometimes called faith. You just believe something because some joker stood up and talked loud and clear and said it, or you found it written in a book. And after all, everything in the book has to be true. You know that, don't you? So there's nothing more holy than to question and challenge, because that's the only way you're really going to ever find out anything. Period. Not by being gullible. If you just believe something because somebody you choose to look at as an authority said it, or some book you was told was an authoritative book, you're just being gullible, not spiritual. And let's don't call that faith. Let's just call that what it is, being gullible. Most of us have a large supply of it. That makes us pretty sitting ducks for about everything that comes along. You need not believe life's word. You shall feel in the heart that I am there, but I have given you also a brain to question and to analyze and deny. Please use it. Fear not to use it, for I have sanctioned its power both to question and to analyze, and also even to deny. Sometimes you can't ever figure out anything to unite and start over a little bit. You will be told that I'm all-powerful and always cause my will to be done. Whether the thought comes to you to penetrate into the holy mysteries of my revelation, or that other impulse comes to you to refuse or neglect my message, know that both of these are from me, and are sent unto you in order that you may be called by that one which appeals to you the strongest. So something in here will, through the next day while we work on this, will appeal to you very strongly. Now, I hope not all of it does, because that would look a little bit gullible, but there will be some phrase. There's no one that appeal to you. I have been through this a number of times, and there's one that appeals to me, and it's the only one that really appeals to me, but it takes care of everything else. I don't need to bother with the rest of it. It takes all of it straight and nice and free. So one of them's going to be strong, so if you listen along here and there, it will hit you in the head, and then we can all go home as soon as the last one got hit. We can all take off then, because we won't have to go fiddling along. Let me know when the last one gets done. If the thought comes into you that this message is not inspired of me, maybe some joker just wrote it some night or whatever, then be sure that it is not for you as being a message of authority. And I hope it's not a message of authority to anyone. Because if it's accepted as an authority, you would either have to make me an authority or the printed page. And I'll guarantee you neither one are. So let's leave all the authority bit off and just does what it said back here. Deny it, challenge it, question, analyze it, do anything you want to, but don't just take it on. But it is for you just as you see it. If you are filled with wrath, that my authority be claimed for all that is done, know that such wrath also is divine, and that I inspire it in the heart and make it serve my will. Nothing wrong in being wrathful every once in a while. You say, well, that is the most damnable mess of stuff I ever heard. It's against every religious principle I ever heard. It's against every spiritual teaching. Hang in there. Hang on. That's the way we want you. My authority is a claim for all that is done. Know that such wrath also is divine, then that I am it in the heart and make it serve my will. So just let it sit there. I do all things well, and it shall be well for you if you can take this message as being of no authority. It may throw an idea out, but don't take it as an authority and say, man, I got to believe that. Terrible. Except as my voice in your own heart speaks. So if you hear something that hits you, it's all right. In all writings, all speech, and all language, there is no voice but mine. Do you suppose that if there wasn't life in one of these bodies here tonight, any one of them could say one word? Did you ever see a corpse start talking? If you do, I'll run. Would you? So life is the only thing that can talk, so remember, life is doing the talking, not a person or a personality or anything. So in all writings, and all speech, and all language, there is no voice but mine, says life. That which calls you not is no voice at all, but that which calls you, whether it be bold or to surrender, is my voice alone. So it sometimes tells you to fight, and sometimes it may say surrender, but if it does, that's why. I live in love in the body. Now, the body would not be alive if X, spirit, whatever we choose to call it, is not there. We then have a relic left on our hands, a dead body. So if it's there, well, that's what's running. I live in love in the body. When you say I am or I love, then that is me speaking. When you say I have or I want or I believe, then that is the self-consciousness speaking for itself. Now, we've talked about not I's as lack of a better word to refer to, that this one here says the whole purpose of living is to be non-disturbed. I'm not going through those. And this one says complain, this one stick up for rights, and this one blame, this one says please everybody, this one says quote the proper authority, and this one says you got to improve yourself. Now that is called the personality or the self-consciousness speaking for itself. It is not I, it is not life at all. And so most bodies are operated by personality, not by life. However, life does kind of balance things up and keeps things going in spite of all this stuff. And behold, the self-consciousness shall die with its possessions and desires and beliefs. But I am undying forever, says life. Now it says that these things here will die. And the personality made up out of complaining, sticking up for rights, blaming, pleasing people, trying to quote proper authorities, improving self, and knowing that the four dual basic urges are the whole purpose of living. The four dual basic urges are the desire to have total comfort, physical, mental, emotional, and psychically and otherwise, and to escape the other one. So it is trying to gain physical comfort, attention, approval, and a sense of being important. And it wants to escape physical pain and the pain of being ignored or rejected or disapproved of. Now, if anybody wants to check out what personality is doing, it's not very difficult to see if the greatest amount of time and effort isn't spent on that little chore. Would that be about right, Miss Manning? Trying to gain physical comfort, to get attention, approval. You know, I have people call me up and say, I only slept an hour last night. Oh, it was so horrible, and I tried all night to get to sleep. Well, does anybody here know how to get to sleep? If you do, you've got something to sell. Do you know how to get to sleep, or do you just drop off to sleep and after a while you wake up? When you're trying to go to sleep, you can't. When you're trying to digest your food, you don't do very well at it. When you're trying to keep your heart running regularly, it jumps all over the place. And if you're trying to be very comfortable, you'll find a jillion little itches, a little tension here, a little pull there. you better turn this way, and you better turn that way. Really, it's just heavy. So I tell a lot of folks that come in to visit me that no self-respecting body will work well while being spied on. And I'd like for you to kind of put that down in your little notebooks somewhere, that no self-respecting body will work well while being spied on. Now, we'll even further extend that no self-respecting awareness will work well while being spied on. And Spirit says, you spy on me, I'm long gone. So you can't very well spy on things. And if you also notice someday when you have nothing else to do, that all your sensory organs are directed to the outside. You hear sound waves from outside. Thank goodness you don't hear what's rattling in your head unless you become psychotic. You don't smell your breath and everything. You smell other things from the outside. You don't hear things rattling. You don't see inside. You see things on the outside. So if you notice all the sensory organs, touch, taste, smell, hearing, etc., all turned outward. When you turn them around and try to feel of what's going on inside, you become in a very anxious state. Very anxious. So I would like to suggest, if anybody wants to check this out, that tonight when you go to bed, you try to get to sleep in 1 minute. Don't fiddle around there, just let it fall in and happen after a while. You really get with it and force yourself to sleep with willpower and strength and knowledge. Will you please? And you'll all go to sleep about 9:30 in the morning. We don't have to work tomorrow. Well, you sleep all day. You have a body, but you are not the body. You're not the body. You have a consciousness of self-existence, but you are not the consciousness. What then are you? Body you are not. Consciousness you are not. You cannot tell what you are. Now, isn't that just about right? I have people come in and they say, my body hurts me, my mind's driving me crazy, and I have to save my soul. And I have to watch everything I do. Now, what is there left over? What's saying I there? There isn't anything left. What would you think it might be after all that you claim you own? You've heard those phrases, haven't you? My mind, my body, my soul, my spirit, my past, my future, and all these things. Now, you own all that stuff. My symptoms, don't forget those. All my symptoms. Organ recitals people give. Go through organ after organ. The liver don't work well, the heart's not good, my diaphragm's stuck, stomach's low, my knee is not working well, my skin breaks out. It's one organ after another you hear about. So, when you go through all this, what's left over to do the claiming? So really what most people conceive of themselves is a verbal device to avoid responsibility. You see, if my body hurts me, I'm not responsible. My mind's driving me nuts, I'm not responsible for that. The mind's doing it. My body hurts me. My thoughts kept me awake all night last night. See, I'm just not responsible at all, am I? Didn't anything there to be responsible. Nothing there to take charge. Nothing of anything. So unless we can conceive that I means whatever life is, we get the sense of awareness situated in X, not in one of these things or this out here. I'm a cowboy. That's my function. I don't mean anything. So when I can see that I am an expression of life and I am responsible for choosing what I will do. About right, isn't it? You couldn't say, well, my hand just hauled off and bopped her, could you? I've heard people say it did. You know, it's like when we drop a cup, we say the cup slipped out of my hand. You know, the damn cup did it. Anybody can see that. I didn't have nothing to do with it. And cars do a lot of things, you know. They go out of control. Did you ever hear about that? You ever see a car just run, get out of control? Does your 280ZX ever wander off and get out of control? It's liable to some of these days, isn't it? And isn't it wonderful to hear about my emotions? Got all out of control last night. Who do they belong to? Crap, you don't own any emotions. They're just things you do. It happens when you're not in charge. Is that right? But you can blame those emotions for doing things to you, can't you? Do you ever say, my temper just run away with me? Do you ever do that, Beth? My temper is just uncontrollable. You know, it ordinarily has a little chain on it, or a leash, or a collar. I guess it's like Becky's dog. It's got a rhinestone collar, but every once in a while you drop the chain or the collar, and it breaks off. Isn't that marvelous? Man. You are I myself. It says in big, bold, capital letters here. You are I myself. That's what's really doing the talking. X is the only thing that can talk. The rest of it is just rattling around there. You are one with me. Now, that is something that maybe we could conceive of as a vague principle, but we haven't experienced it. So don't try to experience something just or go around mouthing it off because you've seen the fundamental principle of it. It's laid out here. You are I myself, says life. You are one with me. Yes, you are that. Our God of gods, creator of worlds, the beginning and the endings, the all-power, the triune glory of life, truth, and love. Boy, what pretty words. Which you have been designed to make the body its habitations. The body is my temple wherein I dwell and through which I express my will. Now, isn't life dwell within the body? And we've all seen bodies without life in them, and we get very pious and say, here lies the remains. And we're very holy about it. We don't think much of life, but what's left over we get very touchy about. We get very sentimental over carcasses and dead bodies, but we don't seem to really realize that, look, I'm talking to life there. I'm looking at life here. I'm speaking to life. I love life. I appreciate it and everything. We don't see that, but boy, we really get very pious and drop everything and go see a dead body, don't we? Isn't that funny? Have you ever done that? You know, just dropped your business and your household things and everything and took off some part because there was a dead body over there somewhere? Mama used to drag me to those things, but I haven't been to one of my own willpower except once, and they asked me to say a word over him. So I went and said, well, old Harry left us a little chore. Get rid of the remains. Let's get it done and go home. And the undertaker got very upset because he was all set for tears and all this stuff. And he kept trying to get him. I said, look, man, we're paying you. Let's get this job done that Harry left us to do. So he grabbed up a rose and went and put it on old Harry's wife, who hadn't spoke to him in 5 years without screeching at him. And he tried to get her all wound up, and I went and took the rose and said, let's get it over with. And he finally understood me. We had hired him. And let's get old Harry's remains in the ground. That's what he left us to do. So that was the shortest funeral presentation in all history. Let's get it over with. Harry said, get rid of this, and that's what he left us to do, and what he couldn't do for himself. In the season that shall feel the ever-present I am and I love in the heart, then you will know that you are mine, that the mouth speaks my voice, that the heart beats with divine impulse, and that I live in you. Now, a great teacher many years ago that we've all read about said, the Father and I are one. Well, they got a little commotion started. They nailed him to a tree for making a foolish statement like that because nobody could understand it. And, of course, I wouldn't suggest you go out and say it today. They won't nail you to a tree, but they have places where they lock you up or give you some very powerful drugs so you forget foolishness like that real quick. But don't mind to be aware of it if it should ever be aware to you. But you don't have to run around and tell everybody. It's dangerous. So in the season that you feel the ever-present I am and I love in the heart, then you shall know that you are mine, that the mouth speaks my voice, that the heart beats with divine impulse, and that I live in you, this body. And that is one of the greatest things, I think, that one can come up and realize. And as far as I'm concerned, it eliminates all troubles in the world. Now, I didn't say challenges, because life is full of challenges. If you go out and look in the desert, you'll see a tree growing up against rocks. You see it growing in sand piles. You see it growing through brambles. You see things that really looks like they have no chance of being there. But life has all these challenges. But you know, I've never seen one of those little cactuses or those little desert trees complaining about how hard it is to get along. And we've only had 3 inches of rain this year. Did you ever hear one of those little plants crying and moaning and feeling sorry for itself and trying to sell you on how unfortunate it was? Have you ever had that, Mary? Huh? Did you ever see a little dandelion moaning because the wind was going to blow its beautiful hair away? Or that somebody was going to run over it with a lawnmower? You know, if you do. If you ever run over a lawnmower with a dandelion with a lawnmower, they beat you back up before morning. Your back is going on. You ever cut crab? Oh, man. So life will have its challenges, but once you see what you really are, then you will not have troubles. Now, most people here have troubles. Is that right, Beth? You've had yours. Lots of troubles. I talked to an old man one time many years ago, and I was rattling off some of this stuff I talk about. And he said, "Say, Bob, what you're really saying is that what I finally caught on to the other day, I'm a very old man. And I've lived a very long time, and I've had an awful lot of trouble, damn little of which ever happened." Now, has most of the trouble you've ever had ever happened? Or did you just worry that it was going to? Have you ever starved, Mary? Did you ever worry that you would be totally without funds, have no way to eat and sleep, thrown out on the street cold and hungry like this poor little match girl of Baghdad? No friends, no cares, nobody to care for you, huh? We've all had those kind of troubles, haven't we, more or less? There's Miss Monroe back here. She don't have that. I think she did once, but she forgot about it. You had that once when you was a kid, didn't you? Perhaps you think, now that you are a separate soul, but hereafter you shall see the heavens opened into the heart, and then you shall see that I and I alone exist. Now, if there wasn't any life, there wouldn't be anything existing. There may be a bunch of mud balls floating around, but there wouldn't be anything to be aware of it, would it? So life is the only thing that can be aware of anything, so it's the only thing that really can say, I exist, is life. The rocks and all that don't do that. And that there is no other soul or spirit but me. Life is what we're all talking about. Now, you may use all kinds of other words, but even the scripture that some of us read once in a while says God is life. And so we take that kind of lightly. We forget all about it. But nevertheless, as we look around, we'll see that that is what is going on. And talk about miraculous things it does Just study it. We're writing a little book called The Magic Book. And the magic book takes on some of the things that life does. Now, would you think it was a magical stunt if I could take a ham sandwich and a glass of milk and hit it with my little magic wand and make a human finger out of it? You'd think that a pretty good stunt, wouldn't you? Does it every day. And we take it for granted. Totally unconcerned with it. We yak it up and it makes human flesh and blood in a matter of hours. No labs or anything else can do that. Even the people with genetic tinkering can't do it. So there is only one thing that really exists that matters, and that is life. Do you say, is there none but God? That's a question. Then who am I? Then you say it no more, for this mystery shall be revealed unto you. That is called the first mystery. The mystery will be, you're not going to force it, you're not going to make it happen. You are not going to do anything to fudge it over anything. It is simply going to be one day you're aware that life is what is, and that life is a mystery beyond all comprehension, but that you can be aware that you are life. And I still say from there on you have no problems. I did not say you wouldn't have challenges. I didn't say the wind wouldn't blow cold on you someday and that you'd be uncomfortable. I didn't say you wouldn't stump your toe in a rock and hurt your toenail. I didn't say you wouldn't get sunburned or anything, but you would be quite content for that to be, because life goes on and takes care of all those things very, very nicely. It's only when the person is operated by this non-I that says the whole purpose of living is to be totally non-disturbed at every minute, then we are not content to have any disturbance. Not so necessary, because nothing thrives well unless it has a bit of resistance. We say there's 4 different forces going around. They all work together as one. There is initiative, resistance, form, and result, and they all go to make up any completed phenomena. Without any resistance, you don't get much. If you planted a bean seed in top of the porch and kept it just damp and everything, it'll grow a sprout, but you'll never get a bean plant because it has no resistance. You'll just get a bean sprout. And it'll fizzle out for very long. It don't grow till it dies because there's no resistance. If there's no resistance to anything, it comes to a screaming halt before very long. Okay? Is that right, Miss Stone? So can we be simply that life is, and that I'm quite content with it like it is? I'm not griping and so forth. I use a word called gritching. That keeps them saying all the rest of it. Because everything isn't just like I wanted, or am I quite capable of seeing that life makes everything whirl along? It's been running this situation called planet Earth with life on it for innumerable number of years that we don't know anything about, and who are you and I to come up and say we can straighten it all out like it ought to be right quick? I've noticed that all the people who try to straighten it out sure make messes. It takes even life a long time to get them straightened out after that. Okay, we've been talking for about an hour. Marcy, do we go one more tonight, or is one enough tonight and start from there? Donna? Well, I'm always feel that I can talk all night, but I'm not going to. But what is your usual arrangement? It's 9:30. Want another session, take a 5-minute break, and start over again. Okay, we'll have a 5-minute break, and we will continue in a minute. So we will start. You got the button pushed, Donna? Okay. Again, life is doing the talking, not some person. I have developed the body by devious means that it might be a habitation for me. In other words, not every body seems to be a habitation which life can express itself clearly through. Generations after generations of bodies have gone before yours. Each generation added strength to the constitution and eliminating some weakness. And now, if you can receive it, the body is ready for the consciousness of my presence. Possibly it took millions of years or thousands of years, or if you have some other idea, maybe it only took 6,000 years. But whatever it is, that life is saying somewhere along here that bodies at one time, or a given set of bodies, very few were capable of having the strength and the necessity of saying that life is present here, or that spirit is present here. And it took a long time, and so there's been lots of turmoil in the time. Through devious, I've had a lot of people object to this word devious, but devious doesn't mean unholy or anything. It means by using any and all methods that command to do something. So devious has been twisted around, I think, in the English language to basically mean that somewhat dishonest or attempting to deceive or something. But devious means, as it's used here, to use any and all methods to construct a human body that could be ready for the consciousness of my presence. Through devious means have I brought you, providing ever influence that could appeal to you, in order that bodies shall be developed to whom nothing can appeal but my will. Now, we all know that bodies can be appealed to by many things through personality that can appeal to many things that are destructive to it. It says if you get the body so well developed that nothing of these destructive things seems to appeal to it. And I'm sure a lot of people here understand what that means. Have I not hardened the heart to the cry of the oppressed, and suffered you to be tempted to sin, or whatever that may mean? That means to miss the mark, incidentally, not done something somebody told you not to do. And have I not fed you on the poisoned fruit of the forbidden tree of the so-called knowledge of good and evil? The picture we had a while ago, each of those things on there knows what's good and what's evil. I don't know what's good and what's evil because I don't know what's going to be the outcome of it 2 weeks from now, 2 years from now, or 20 years from now, and I don't believe that anybody else here does. Do you, Bummy? So how would I know it was going to be evil? You know, suppose we had a flood and it washed something out, washed somebody's house off tonight. We don't know what would have happened had the house stood for another 2 weeks. We don't know that. So we don't know what's good and what's bad. Yet, yes, all this have I done, that characters might be developed in the formation and organization of bodily frames which would be immune from such poisons. What it seems to be saying is that if the body is so well put together that it's immune to many of these ideas that it knows what ought to be, and it's this is right, and this is wrong, and this should be, and it gets angry, and it gets upset, and so forth. It says that if the body's put together well enough, it won't do that, and that life has been working on those kinds of bodies. Bodies that are immune to such things. It's like gradually people get immune to various poisons that are around because you build up such a well-constitution. We're even told by gardeners that if you raise your plants strong enough that the bugs don't eat on them. You ever practiced out anything? Good organic gardening. I don't know of any other kind, but, you know, all gardening is organic as far as I'm concerned. But the healthier the plant is, the less it is consumed by bugs and blights and all these things. So the stronger the human body can be, the better well it's constructed and put together, and the least we damage it, it gets so that many of these things which have been easily believed by people and so forth can no longer have any effect on them because it doesn't appeal to them. Through cycles of time has the false knowledge of good and evil. You know, all people know what's good and evil. In fact, we have been taught it, we've legislated it, and everything else thinking we knew. Through cycles of time has the false knowledge of good and evil poisoned the blood of my people, my bodies, says life. But unto you who can awake from the dream of evil induced by that poison shall be shown the second mystery. The words of the second mystery are known to many and are used by many to perform wonders. Yet you need not pass lightly by these words. For many have healed divers diseases with these words, and yet have never known their true meaning. On the heart I write these words. This is the second mystery mentioned in this book, and it says, all is good. I would say, without saying that it's good or bad, that it's all right for now. I don't know any better way for it to be. It's okay. So we have a great tendency to feel that everything ought to be straightened up, fixed up, all people ought to be straightened out and everything, but it's all right like it is. Really, it's doing okay. Because all of the resistance that we make every effort to see that there isn't any resistance, you know, that's what's called improving and developing the great society and so forth, is to have one where there's no resistance. And that's what everybody's working at a little bit. Now, resistance we know is absolutely essential for life to evolve, develop well. The body has to have resistance. If you never did anything but laid in the sack and had somebody come turn you over every now and then, so you wouldn't have any effort to move any muscle at all, you'd turn into a blob of jello after a while and you wouldn't survive. The more you're challenged, maybe you go to a gym and push iron or whatever. It's the way you get strong. You don't get strong from resting. You get strong from challenging and doing things. You see lots of people out, at least where I live, jogging. They're getting stronger, you know, by doing that. And you go over to another place and you see a lot of people moving. I read the other night in a book that we had the only society where anyone who really worked like a dog was doing it for sport. You know, you really go out and put out some effort, you're doing it for sport. You don't have to do it to make a living anymore. Is that right, Mac? You don't have to work hard to make a living, do you? So if I ever see you doing something, it's sport, that you're exercising your muscles or moving or doing anything. It's strictly for fun, isn't it? Isn't that funny? Well, we've got to the place where the only way that you can exercise is by having fun or sport. But that seems to be necessary for bodies to get strong. So the second mystery is that all is all right. It's okay just like it is. Now let's respond to it and fighting with it and deciding how we're going to improve the situation so there will be no resistance to anybody. Say you that herein is no mystery, yet you shall see me when you see that all is good. You will see life for what it is when you see, and you will recognize you are life when you really see that all is good. Now, a lot of people say it. Last Saturday, we went to quite a little thing. I won't tell you about it. I wouldn't want you to know I went there. But nevertheless, there was a lady who was propounding a lot of great and wondrous things, and she's saying this world wasn't fit to live in. Now, I haven't been to any one I want to live in other, have you? She was going to leave and go to some higher realm, but she had already said a few minutes ago that she was bringing in some great exalted beings and that this world was going to be one joy pool very shortly. And she'd get crossed up on this every once in a while. She didn't want to be here, but then, well, now they're coming and everything's going to be all right. I think it's all right like it is today. I find it's quite all right to live here, have food, clothing, shelter, transportation, interesting things to do, delightful friends and companions, and everything going on all the time. Now, what do you add to that? Isn't it? Feels good. Lovely people around. Here we sit in a room with a bunch of very delightful people. I've been here before. They were delightful the last time, so it's not put on or show. It's real. It's genuine, because it's always the same. I've been here a lot of times. So what else are you looking for? What are you looking for? Is it all right like it is, or does everything need to be changed? What about it? I am God. I live in all bodies and omnipotent. You cannot find any so-called evil place, but I am there. I and only I am there, developing my body by devious ways. Some of them looks a little rough sometimes. In every impulse I live, conforming to no rule. You know, we're the only ones that make rules. Life doesn't make rules. It says, well, let's adapt to that. If it's real wet one year, the tree adapts to that. And if it's dry the next year, it adapts to that. And so on down the line, and it goes on. Age after age, life goes on doing adapting. But we think we ought to change everything so no adaptation be required. Is that right, Brother Mac? And we could just get everything straightened up. We'd never be disturbed at all. We could just sit here and turn into jelly. Most of us are already there. Think you that I conform to any rule, or ideal, or standard, that I must need work my will on the same patterns in another body that I have fixed in you? You know, it don't work the same in all of us. Having one time been involved in the practice of medicine, I know that a drug will have one effect on one person and the next one have an altogether different effect. You know that about food. One of us can eat it and just feel wonderful, and somebody else eats it and they don't feel so hot. And so on down the line. We are all a little bit different, and sometimes a whole lot different. So he says he works on each one different, so don't be fiddling about how the others worked on. In you I fix a mental pattern which finds fault with my life in another body. You know, we all see other people doing things they shouldn't be doing, you know. Yes, I call with all voices that each body may differently obey, for all obey my will in the end. When you behold my work putting to blush the mental and sense of fitness, do you say in the heart, such cannot be God's will? I've had people say, well, it couldn't be a God let have wars, but you know, if you want to play a game of war, I guess it's all right. Go play it. Maybe it has an effect. Maybe you get stronger or something, but at least maybe we would finally wake up and see that's the senseless way to do things. I don't know, but it seems like it's got some value in it. I just don't want to get involved in one. That's my business. When you behold my work, putting to blush the mental ideals and sense of fitness, do you say in your heart, such cannot be God's will? You know, I saw a big banner across the town about 2 years ago. I was going through over in Arizona, and they had some man was in town putting on a revival campaign, and he had a big sign strung across there. What does God think of Tucson? I don't think he gave it a second thought myself, nor the first one either. In fact, I don't think he even knew the damn place existed. Or do you say, if such is God's will, then he's no God to me? A God that will let little children die, will let pretty ladies have this and that, and so forth, is no God. He's cruel. There can be no God. I've heard these good folks say, you know, if there's any God, he wouldn't let this and that happen. You know, they base their frame of reference on that the only way things can be all right is when we're totally non-disturbed. That is what we call not eyes talking. I wouldn't want to live if there wasn't some challenge. Would you? Or would you like to be pampered away? You know, they have a thing. Do they have them around here anywhere? It's probably in Dallas or Houston, where you have sensory deprivation tanks. They're very big in California. You go down and lay in a pot of salt water in a closed tank. So you have no sensory. The water is so strongly salt you float. So you can't even feel your skin on a bed or anything. Totally deprive you of all senses. That's supposed to really be wonderful. Now, there's a lot of people here used to do it with another method. Is that right, Clyde? You use another method to deprive yourself. Huh? But you get a good bottle, you could get almost the same effect. That's tanked. That's why they call that being tanked, wasn't it? It was ahead of its time. Then it is still well with you, for behold, it is I that live in you, prompting the speech, until you are ready to live consciously as me. That's quite a little statement. Until you're ready to live consciously as me, as living life, not trying to fit somebody's standard, some ideal, be some goody-good two-shoes or anything else, that you're ready consciously to live as life. And life doesn't have any rules by it. It is well that you should conform to the ideals which you have set up for yourself, for the self, until you are moved by inspiration and love. It is well that you should be moved by conscience and desire. You know, conscience is one of those things that you shouldn't have done that. That's not I. There's one that says you should do it, and then as soon as you get you to do it, it runs, and the other one says, now you've screwed up. Now you'll pay for it forever. If you have a desire in the heart, laying down any rule of action for others, you know, that's easy. We can sure set them up for other people. Wishing them to be what you call good, and conform to the thought of right or of duty, or of that which they ought to do, then you will say, can such things be God's will? Because I know what ought to be, and if this is going on, it's sure not God's will. When you see all my works, I have no desires but unto you. Until you are ready for my glory, I give all desires which the forms of the mind can accept. Whether you do desire for the self or for others, or for both the self and others, whether you do desire possessions or goodness, or that others shall be good, in all cases these desires are sent unto you by me, in order that the body shall gain strength toward expressing that joy of life which I am, and which is beyond desire. Now, desire does put a terrific strain on the body, as you might know. It's kind of like lifting weights or jogging 5 miles or 10 miles. Or mountain climbing or something. Having a desire puts a heavy strain on. Now, of course, the only way we get stronger is having strains. Is that right? Could you get stronger, Mac, by sitting thinking positive or by pumping iron? You better believe it. So it's well that the mind is strengthened, or the awareness is strengthened. The inner being is strengthened by having all these desires, which gives us a lot of strain, because that's the way we get strong. I think there's other ways more fun, but that's all right. That's one way it'll do it. I justify all things. Didn't say we justified. Life said, I justify all things. Let all who use the sacred word, all is good, and work many cures thereby, know that these words justify every separate body and act. I am truth. You know, people always want to find truth. Well, what you're trying to find is life, and it's not all that big a deal. You know, it's sitting right here. Did you ever notice that? Pinch yourself and see. You don't really have to hunt for it. I had a friend one time, he went on to the happy hunting ground. He was always saying he had spent his life searching for truth. He looked under lots of rocks, but all he ever found was worms and bugs and grubs. And you know, he never did catch on that life was sitting right there all the time. He finally departed this world without ever realizing that truth and life and love are synonyms, and that they all exist in us at all times. But we go looking to the ends of the earth for it. I know people who buy tickets and go to India looking for truth. I know some who go to Scotland, look for truth. I know people who go to all sorts of places to look for truth. And truth is another name for life. Is that right, Mac? Where would you look for it? Well, I saw it here this day. I saw it in Houston. I saw it in San Diego this morning. I saw it all the way from San Diego to Houston. I saw it from Houston up here, and I see it here. Now, what have we got to hunt for truth for? It's here. You've been a truth searcher, Marcia? Marcy? Where'd you look?
Every place but right here.
Okay. Every place but life. Is that right? Well, if you ever want to see truth, why you look up, see something alive, okay? And you're watching it at work. That's too damn simple, isn't it? That takes all the fun out of it, doesn't it? Huh? The mystique.
Always out there.
Well, naturally. It's out there. I don't know what I was looking for. It was like the guy that went out to look for a schmo, but he didn't know what a schmo looked like, so he looked everywhere and he couldn't find a schmo. If you don't know what truth is life. You don't know what truth is. You just run around and ask people's opinions, is that right? We can get lots of those, can't we? Yeah, somebody tell me something any day. I am truth. There is no truth but that which is. All of that which is truth. And all that really is life. Okay? Have you a conscience? That's one of those things that bugs you at night, you know. Have you a conscience which says unto you that you should do this and should not do that? Most of us have one of those cats. Have you had one of those, Mac? I had one when I was 6 years old. I lived back in the hills of Appalachia, and it was a horrible sin to fish or play ball on Sunday. Well, one time a bunch of kids come by, we went down the creek, and one of them tied a twine string around a bent pin, gave it to me, and I thought I was fishing. And that was just so much fun until I got away from the creek, and then this came up about that, and oh, that was terrible. And I suffered agonies all week. I was new. I had committed the unpardonable sin, hell-bound for glory, you know. And oh, man, that hurt. It was terrible. But about 2 weeks later, those same kids come by, and we wound up again down the creek, and again put me in there, and that time it didn't feel quite as bad. And then the third time it did, about another 2 or 3 weeks later, it didn't bother me at all. So I sit down and think about that. That was so terrible. That's such agony. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't eat. I was terrible. I was sick. And I'd done 3 times, didn't hurt a bit. So I figured anything that conscience started acting up, run to it twice more right quick, and you'll whip it. I told a preacher about that one time, and he said that was called steering the conscience with a hot iron. And I said I thought that was the only thing to do with one. Steer it with a hot iron and get it out of the way quick, because it's nothing but a nuisance. Have you a conscience which says unto you that you should do this and should not do that? I've given it to you. He laid it on you so you get stronger. I have given you a conscience on every point that the form of the mind can receive. You know, we've got different ones according to how much stuff we got. Unto you I reveal its purpose. And in due time you will see my purpose not only in giving you a conscience, but in giving each of my bodies a conscience, each oft differing from every other. You know, isn't that nice that you can feel guilty about something and somebody else can do the same thing, never feel guilty about it at all. And they can do something and suffer with agony, and you say, well, how could that be? No. used to several years ago before things got changed. Catholic folks could not eat meat on Friday without committing a mortal sin, unless you lived in New Mexico. That was always exempt. That's true. I found that out funny. But several years ago they changed the rules. Now then you don't, you eat meat anytime. Friday, you know, all that holy, you know. It's a different day now. So look at all the people who felt so guilty back in those days, and then somebody who wasn't a Catholic. So I don't think I could feel guilty about not eating meat on Friday, you know. And they just couldn't understand why somebody feel terrible about it. They hadn't been taught it. Now, if you'd been taught that you never allow anybody to see you eat, it was shameful or bad in some way or other, you'd feel very guilty if you went around eating. Be rough on the rest of the business, but you could have been made that way, couldn't you? All you had to do was tell you so. Huh? You could have been taught anything was right or wrong when you was a little kid, and then you'd felt guilty about it if you did otherwise. So all it was is what we were taught, but it was handed down because that develops the organ of the mind that finally someday you want to check up and say, that's a bunch of stuff. I'm not going to feel guilty about nothing. Now the organ of the mind, which will afterwards express my freedom, can best be developed by the struggle against bondage. Therefore have I sent unto you all the bondage of conscience which you can accept. Well, that's what it is, and it's a bondage. So you really only get free when you kick all bondage off. Because the organ of the mind, which shall afterwards express the sweet consciousness, not conscience, the consciousness of me, can best be developed to that end by the oppressive self-consciousness that I have sent all, the self-consciousness which you can stand, working in you to prepare the mind to be wholly mine, and wholly controlled by the breath of my inspiration. Now, if the mind isn't controlled by conditioning, it's possible for life to use it. But all the things that we have been conditioned, that was bad, was because somebody told us so, wasn't it? Huh? And some of the things that we said was good was because somebody told us, and you shouldn't do this. You know, if you happen to be a Mormon, you shouldn't smoke a cigarette or drink a cup of coffee or have a glass of wine. If you're Episcopalian, you can do anything. And so on. I recommend most people be Episcopalians. It's better. If you got to have one. It's a good place to be buried and get married and have the babies christened and all that. And don't put too much of a load on you. You ever been to Episcopalian church? Did you get much load, or was it all nice and light? You just did your duty by going there on Sunday morning, listen to the Mass, and drop a little in the box and go through the ritual and walk away. Is that right? There's nothing wrong, nothing good, one way or the other. Except don't come to church and don't put money in the box. That's bad. Have I sent thee all the self-conscious which you can stand, working in you to prepare the mind to be wholly mine, says life, and wholly controlled by the breath of my inspiration. So I say unto you that it is well that you are controlled by conscience, that thing it hurts, and desire, which makes you anxious all the time because you haven't got it, until the mind is grown and you can become conscious of me. Thereafter be controlled by inspiration and love. And I do note that it is possible for a human being to get to that point. I didn't say I had, but I do know it is possible. That life can run the whole being by spontaneous response. Not by a whole bunch of little rules that somebody laid on you that it's good to do this and it's bad to do this and so forth. So now the second mystery is that all of it is okay. Now, I know that an awful lot of people before morning will know of a lot of things that should be straightened out and a bunch of people that should be straightened out. Is that right? You know a bunch of jerks that ought to be kind of straightened up a little bit. Huh? You know any of them ought to be kind of straightened out a little bit, Bobby?
Not a
They're all right now. Incidentally, you know, people call about healings and so forth. And generally about the only thing that you have to do for a healing to take place is to realize clearly and without any qualifications that everything's okay with that person. You know, as long as you know, well, the poor thing sure needs it, Lord, get with it and fix them up. They'll be worse off in the morning, so you better keep your mouth shut. But if you know they're all right, so what? It's okay. Now, you can't do it against their will, but you can do anything if they're willing for it to be. Can't you, Mary? You perfectly willing to feel good, Mary? Sometimes. Oh, you're getting so you don't mind quite so bad. Mary used to have some of the most horrible problems in all the world. Nothing was like it really should be. She was so terrible. All life was picking on her. But only for one purpose, Mary. To put a little pressure on you so you'd have enough strength to enjoy being good, enjoy feeling wonderful, and enjoy being, okay? Simple. It's pretty nice just to enjoy being without trying to become this or straighten everything out, isn't it? So that is through just 2 mysteries. I think there's something like 12 in this book, so we will go through each of them. As I said when we started, that maybe one of them will appeal to you. I'm quite sure that at least one of them will, and that one is the only one that you ever need. The rest of them are for somebody else. And they will eliminate all your troubles, not all your challenge. Okay, is there any questions anybody wants to ask tonight, or any comments you want to make before we depart for the sleepy time? Clear as mud. Okay, we will not hold any questions. Do you want me to continue on this in the morning, or do you want me to take off on my usual joking? I will still stay with last word if you want me to all day tomorrow. Anybody have any objections, or you want it to continue, or what? You want to continue? Okay. All right. The rest of you will tolerate it for those that want it. We will continue with last word tomorrow, attempting to understand what life is saying to us. Now, some people have asked me how this book came into existence. We printed it. Okay? 10:30 in the morning. That the body is the temple. Does it suffer pains, worries, or disappointments? Yeah, the answer is yes. They didn't put that in here, but obviously it is. And it's always going to, if I may be so bold as to say so. And consequently, if we could, and I'll throw this in on the side, in today our effort to improve things so that that wouldn't happen, we would probably be relieved of most misery. Now, pain and disappointments and worries and so forth maybe are kind of natural, but misery is unnecessary. Period. Pain is going to be an aspect of living as long as we breathe, and I hope we do it all for thousands of years yet. So we'll have pains now and then, but the average person makes themselves very, very miserable, but trying to improve themselves. So you have a little pain, or you feel weary, or you feel tired, and immediately, oh, I wonder what I've done. I've done something wrong, and here they take off. Well, if you just let it alone, so I feel kind of blah, you know, some morning, well, so what? I feel blah. I'm content to feel blah. What's wrong with it? In a few minutes, it's gone. You don't know where it went, nor why, and care less. But if you set out to go straighten that up and find out what you did wrong, and you've got to improve yourself, I'll guarantee you he'll be going for years. A lifetime, if that's what a lifetime is, like 60 years or something. You can keep it going that way. But if you cease trying to improve yourself, you see, you don't even know how to make one cell in a human body. Do you, Mac? No. You don't know how to make one hair grow or not grow. Huh? And then you're going to improve yourself. That is the height of audacity. How are you going to improve something when you don't even know how to make the first simple cell at it? Now, the body is an ever-changing dynamic mechanism, and which is the home of whatever is called life. It keeps it going. And at times it needs a little discomfort here and there to make things go. We call it normal adaptation. Sometimes it feels kind of blah. You know, it takes a few minutes to get up going in the morning. I've had 5 cups of coffee and a half a pack of cigarettes. Clyde went and got me the right variety and everything. I got my usual toxicity level up to functioning right now. I feel wonderful. You know, to start off with here this morning, who wants to go to work? But you're going to improve yourself? Forget it. Now, I would say if everybody here said, well, I'm content with things like the R. You know, there was a great writer, I think his name was Paul, or at least whoever wrote it is attributed to him. You know, today people steal stuff from each other and put their name on the literature. In the old days, you put the other guy's name on it so it looked good. I like that routine better. But at least it was attributed to this great salesman named Paul, that he said he had learned one thing, and only one thing had he learned in all his years of delving into teaching material. He had learned in whatever state he'd found himself at that moment to be content there. Now, that doesn't look like any great, big, earth-shaking discovery, does it? But it is probably the greatest thing towards transforming an individual into a conscious being that you could come up with. So at this moment, we all have certain feelings. Some kind of blah, some's delighted, some is this, some is that, but that's just fine for this moment. And if we let it alone, the next moment's going to be another whole new experience, and the next moment will be another one. But we hang it up by trying to improve ourselves. One time I was working over in New Mexico on the banks of the Rio Grande River. And the Rio Grande is dry most of the year, and they turn water down through it in the spring, usually as the snows melt up in the mountain. And we were standing out there, and there was a dead horse come floating down the stream. He died probably in the sand bank during the winter. And when the spring waters come down, well, he was floating downstream. And somebody said, we got to pull that thing out of the water, because it's terrible to have a dead horse in the Rio Grande River. I said, you pull a dead horse out, and you're stuck with a smelly dead horse. You let it alone, 10 minutes, it's gone. So, you see, that's the way we do with all these things. We have oh, isn't that right? Let it alone and go on. So, everything that happens to you, you hang it up. You pull dead horses out of streams, and you're stuck with them all the time. If you let it alone, it goes on downstream, and that's the end of the show. So let's stop this super self-improving. If I can get that across, I was worth my trip down here. You're all right like you are. That was what we went through. You're just fine just like you are, and you're going to have 1,000 different sensations today. And if there's one you don't have to like, you say, oh, what have I done wrong now? You go diggling in your head, you pull the dead horse out. You're stuck with it then. Let it alone, it'll go on in a few minutes, okay? Can you do that back? If you feel all pooped out somewhere, just feel pooped out. So what? It'll go away in a few minutes. But if you pull it out, you're stuck with that pooped out dead horse all day. Herein is the third mystery. That is, inspiration is higher than conscience. Conscience is that stuff tells you what you should do and should not do. And inspiration says, I'm going to do it. That's it. And love is higher than desire. So is my perfect will higher than aught that seems to harm any one of my bodies. You might read that again. My perfect will is higher than anything that seems to harm any one of my bodies. Now, all this thing that we think of as harm, we see as normal adaptation to something you've run into in the last few hours. And You know, nothing stays in perfect balance all the time, but the activity of life is balancing. It's always balancing things. It never is in perfect balance, because if it did, then everything would become static. So we do something and we're fatigued. Okay, there's no reason to get all excited. The world hasn't come to an end. Just get horizontal a while and it all straightens out. So, but you feel fatigued. So then the first thing most of us do is run and get us an upper and get ourselves stimulated so we won't feel so pooped. Is that right? You work on that a few years, Mac?
Sure did.
You found lots of things that would do it. But then that gave side effects, and then you had to get something for that. That gives you fuzzies and this and that, and so then you have to get something for that after. What's wrong with being tired now and then? Now, life, we refer to it as X. It just simply says here I. That it goes to work to balance that situation. Okay? And when it balances, it doesn't get it to a perfect balance, because by that time we've done something else. So the action of life is always balancing, and that balancing does give us sensation. But I don't know about the rest of you, but I kind of like sensations. I would hate to be devoid of them. I don't spend any of my money getting in sensory deprivation tanks. I might spend some money to get a new sensation once in a while, but not to get rid of them. I like them. I think they're fantastic and they're marvelous, and I don't care. They don't all have to be pleasant, but they're nice anyway. If it hurts, it reminds me I'm alive. Do you ever think of that? If you got a pain, it's still telling you you're alive, and that X still thinks that this body is worth saving, so it's adapting it. I used to practice the healing art, and when a person got so they didn't adapt anymore, which they usually do just shortly before they depart this world, those of you who've been in the health service and nursing and etc. knows that a person can be in all kinds of agony, right, Tina? And all of a sudden they quit, and they just feel fine, they come out of a coma and get up and talk to all their relatives, and they want something to eat, and the relatives say, oh, they're getting well. Those of us in the know, knows they're going to be dead in a few minutes because they quit adapting. X says this body isn't worth thinking with anymore. Well, just let it go. It's not worth bothering with anymore. And they just feel wonderful for a few minutes and die. So when you see somebody that's been in a horrible state of affairs and health, and all of a sudden they're doing fine, call the relatives. It's about over. Now we'll all stand around and view the remains, because that's all going to be left in a few minutes. So as long as you're hurting and you have a discomfort, X says, well, I can still use this body. So thank goodness when you have a little discomfort now. It'll be all right. You don't have to do anything about it. It'll go away in a while. It may take it 6 months, but it'll go away. It may go away in a few minutes. But the point is, you don't know how to improve it. And certainly every time you have a discomfort doesn't mean you've had some horrible thought. You know, certain areas of people I run into that everything happens, they look for something to blame it on. If you have a headache, it must have been because you had a bad thought or you did this. So what? You're just alive. That's all's wrong with you. That's all's wrong. You're alive. And you don't have to stop and improve yourself. It is well that everything shall come to the body which can come. That's the next line here, and that's pretty good. You want to read that again, Mac? It is well. They use the word meat here, but, you know, we eat that stuff. It is well that everything shall come to the body which can come, in order that when the word of inspiration is spoken and the body is healed, thou shalt be strong to express my perfect health. Now, perfect health doesn't mean I run around la-di-da feeling good all the time. It means I adapt to every challenge. That's perfect health. As you adapt to every stress and challenge that comes to the body. Now, let's all think for a minute that suppose we wanted to be strong. Bodybuilding's in these days in certain areas of the country. Everybody wants to... So you wanted a big set of muscles and you could win Mr. Universe or Miss Universe contests in bodybuilding. Would you do it by sitting around thinking positive, resting a lot so the body would be very, not use your energy up doing something else? Or would you go out and start pumping iron, lifting weights, running, heavy exercise? Which one would you do? Tell me.
Exercise.
Right. And do you think you'd get strong by staying in the sack and resting so you wouldn't dissipate your energy at worthless things? Or do you think you could sit and think and think and think about how strong you were and your muscles would grow big? Do you think they would?
Nope.
Your belly would, but your head wouldn't. That's the only thing that would grow was down here. Is that right? So you see that perfect health is not always feeling just so-so, because these people who are wanting to build these big bodies fatigue themselves, and after they're totally fatigued, then they push some more, and it hurts. Every muscle in your body will burn and sting, but that's the way it says you made a demand for it to get stronger. Is that right? Now, most of us, when we feel fatigued, we don't think that the way to get energy is to go out and fatigue it some more. You know, boredom is the biggest fatigue there is. That which means disinterest. And then we hope to get strong by resting a while. So perfect health is not always feeling la-di-da. Perfect health is that you adapt to every stress, challenge that comes our way, and you know something, every one of us are doing that. The only thing that we continue to adapt to is our effort to improve ourselves. That's the never-ending one, huh? But let's just be content. And everything adapts quite well. So perfect health. So it says that the body is to be strong to express my perfect health. And it's got to be strong to always stand all the adaptations without running, grabbing all the uppers and downers and so forth that can be available. And there is lots of them available anywhere you want to find them, huh? By generation after generation have I formed the body, giving it a formation and constitution and character, whereby it can be affected only by that which is for it. You're not affected by something that's happened to somebody else over here. You know, your mother probably told you to be sure and clean up your plate so the starving Singhs in India wouldn't be so hungry, is that right? But it don't help them a bit. I can eat all day for you. I can eat a big steak for you, but it don't relieve your hungry, does it? Huh? And I can't drink it. You could be very thirsty. And I said, well, don't fret about it. I'll happily drink a couple of glasses of water for you. It won't do you a bit of good. Is that right? Not a bit. So it can only feel something that is for the growth of its own strength. Say you, can this be true of dying? Yes, it is true even of the dying, and you shall see it. But you are not dying, and this message is unto you. So you aren't dying. Quit hypothecating around, does it do something for dying people? Seek to evade it if you will, by thinking how it would be unto others. But know that I have so far given you just wisdom enough for your own life. That's all you need. You don't need anything to know all the answers to every why question you can formulate. You know, that's one of the things I see people torment themselves. They want an answer to every why question they could come up. Why did this happen? Why did that happen? Why are there so many people in India? Why are they so hungry? And why does the good Lord let all those poor souls survive over there and not this and not that? So you only need enough for you, and you only need enough of it for today. Now, wisdom is seeing what is clearly. It isn't having a lot of education. That's information. Wisdom is having enough to handle the present situation. You can see what's going on, so the body's adapting. Let's don't get all screwed up. Now, I only need enough wisdom for me and for today. I can't have wisdom for you. Okay? I just need enough for today. And one bit of wisdom is not to be asking why about everything you can conceive of. I see people read the newspaper. Oh, I don't see why that is allowed to happen. First place, reading the newspaper other than classified ads is a waste of time. Classified lets you know what's going on in town. The rest of it's a waste of time. But you can tell everything about a city by reading the classified section. The rest of it, throw it away. I read a newspaper once in a while, but I never read anything beyond the classified. I drop the rest of it. My little ladies always want to know why I read all the classified, but I know everything's going on in town that way. It's the best information source you can get. You only need enough wisdom for my own, and that is that you are able to understand the self. Now, the self is those things we put up last night, the complainer, the sticker up for rights, the blamer, the pleaser, the quarter of authority, and the self-improver above all. He's really a potent cat. And so if you understand the self, then you know to let all that stuff alone, because that's all the source of destruction. And you just let it be. You can't keep it from yakking, but you don't have to pay any attention to it, okay? You will do well if you're able to understand the self. You will do well leave those others to me. So will you let everybody else's troubles and problems and anxieties and miseries, let them take care of their own. Would you please, Miss Peggy? You really don't have to worry about all those other folks. They'll do their own worrying. And you can't do it for them. And, you know, it's so easy to say, oh, that poor soul, I feel so sorry for them. Which is a nice way of saying, I feel sorry for me, you know. You look over there and see somebody you consider to be unfortunate. And you get all upset about it. You're really just having a new excuse to feel sorry for yourself. Because there's somebody else around over in South America or somewhere, and you don't know about them, you don't feel bad about them, do you? But if you did, man, you would feel sorry for yourself over that. I have developed the constitution to the point where the body has become wholly operated by nerve force. And I have developed that nerve force in the body to the end that it might obey my will. In other words, it's strong enough. But we usually let it obey the will of the self, which is the conditioning, the not eyes, as we refer to them as. Whether you do submit the self to my will or not, be sure that my will is worked out in the body. In other words, it's going to balance things whether you like it or not. Regardless of how many uppers and downers you take or anything else, it's still going to work out. The will is worked out in the body. But when thou dost submit the self and do surrender to me, let's let X run the body. I don't know how to make a cell. I don't know how to convert a ham sandwich into flesh and blood. I don't know how fast my ticker should be running this minute. I don't know how many pounds I should weigh exactly this minute and all these things. So let's just leave that to X. It's its house and it's running it. And I hear it needs a glass of water, well, I'll look around for the water source, okay? And I hear it needs some groceries, I'll look around for groceries. But I'm not going into tizzy as to what kind it is. Okay, X will take care of that. When you do submit the self and do surrender to me, let X run the body, the war in the nervous system shall cease. Now, the war in the nervous system is conflict, anxiety, worry, etc. I think everybody knows about it. When you want to do the right thing, boy, that is when you get busy, isn't it? Because you got two little guys telling you what the right thing is. One of them says, stick up for your rights and all this stuff. See, you got this little party over here, complainer and sticker up for rights and blamer. And you got this little party over here, the pleaser, the quarter of authority, and the self-improver. Now, there's a war between those all time, and that's what we call anxiety. Self-improving. The self-improver says you got to improve yourself, and the other says, well, I'm tired going, I'll do it tomorrow. I don't have the energy to start on it today, and so on. So the war. So here it says how to end the war or conflict. The war in the nervous force shall cease, and the body become a harmonious instrument for expressing my inspiration and love. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to feel like a bed of rose petals all the time, but it will express the inspiration of X, because it does inspire us if the not eyes don't get to lick in and overpower it, and we listen to the not eyes instead of that. We are very familiar to the voices of the not eyes are very familiar to us. The voice of inspiration is rather strange. We never heard it before. We've been so busy in this fight between the two of them. And so then the body becomes a harmonious instrument for expressing my inspiration and love. This is healing. And that's what healing is all about, is when all the struggle in the nervous system ends, you're going to feel fine, except you will naturally be adapting. But the body will cease its deterioration and falling apart at the seams. And it will express inspiration of life, and it will express love. This is healing, which is the third mystery. So we got the third one up. Last night we said all was okay, which was a healing idea. Then nothing needs to be changed. You don't have to prove yourself, all this stuff. That is submitting to the will. So then healing is the third one, and that is the end of conflict. Conflict, struggle, and resistance is what healing is all about. Now, if I'm not struggling with something inside in the nervous system, the mental apparatus, and I'm not in conflict, and I'm not fighting to get something and make everything be different than the way life really functions, I'm not sick, so I've been healed, you see. It's really very nice. Do you ever feel sick, Mark? And when you just finally said it was quite all right to be that way, it didn't last too long. Is that right? But you know, we think we know all these things and we know how it ought to be. And man, we're going to get busy with it, aren't we, Mary? And find a way to make this thing straighten up. We'll use all the facilities of the uppers, downers, the head shrinks, the other kind of folks and everything else, and what we do, as long as we're in conflict, struggle, and resistance, trying to improve ourselves, we're going to be rather sick. Now, when it's so you really don't care, it's all right. If you don't mind, I'll tell you a little story. I suppose in some circles it'd be considered slightly risque, but here it wouldn't be. It's as ordinary. I told this story on me one time back in New Mexico. I was invited to give a talk to the Rotary Club, and a friend of mine came to me and was a member of the Rotaries and wanted to give a talk. I said, fine, I'll do that. So he introduced me at one of these noon luncheon bits, and he said, I really don't know how to tell you what Dr. Bob does. I can't have a word for it, so I'll give you a little story to illustrate. He said, there was a man recently I met on the street, and he was an old friend of mine. He looked simply terrible. He was walking along just dragging and dying, and I stopped him and I said, hey, Bill, what in the world is the matter? No, we should have dead. What's the matter with you? What's happened? Did your family die or your business blow up? No, he said, no, nothing like that. He said, it's just terrible. I wish I'd die. I don't even talk about it. He said, come on, tell me. We're old friends. What's wrong with you? The guy said, well, look, I've lost control of my urine and dribble in my pants all the time. And he said, well, what have you done about it? And he said, well, I went over to Pritkin's drugstore and I got some stuff, and it made it worse, I think. And then he said, I went to another drugstore over here, and they gave me some stuff, and it just discolored my pants. And he said, nothing doing any good. And he said, well, quit fiddling around with these damn home remedies. Go to a professional man. They can fix that up. He said, no. He said, come on, get with it. Go see a professional man. Be all right. Said I didn't see Bill for about 3 weeks, and I saw him, and he was whistling and going down the street, just driving on, jiving, wound down. And I said, hey, I'm good to see you looking good. He said, yeah, I've been wanting to see you, and thank you. I said, what for? He said, well, you know the last time we met, you told me to go see a professional man. Yeah? He said, well, who'd you go see? He said, I went to see Dr. Bob Gibson over here. He said, well, all he does is talk to you, isn't it? He said, yeah, that's all we did. We just talked. And he said, you mean talking to you got rid of that dribbling? He said, oh, hell no, I still dribble. I just don't give a damn anymore. So you see you're healed as soon as you don't give a damn. The rest of it will go away in due time, okay? Now, you'll leave here with the same thing you came in, but maybe you just won't give a damn anymore, and then everything will be all right. Okay, Mary? One time Mary called me up, and she was so depressed and so miserable. She just hated to get up and put on her face in the morning to go to work. And I said, well, Mary, I thought everybody loved to perform miracles. When you get an old hag out of the bed and turn out a beauty on the street, you performed a miracle. She's had fun ever since putting on her face. Now, she's still having to put on her face every morning, but now she just don't give a damn. Right, Mary? You know, it's nice to perform miracles every day. And you ever think about that? You get to perform a miracle every morning, don't you? You get so this is healing now. And healing is not all these wild things that suddenly you jump up and everything's feeling fine. It is that you just find for it to be like it is, and all of a sudden everything's wonderful, okay? And unto you who cannot yet surrender, you know, some of you just flat can't give it up. That's all there is to it. Because you're afraid to leave that body alone, because you know good and well there's no such thing as X, and obviously it couldn't do anything if it did exist, because you got to do it, because you know so much about bodies and cells and how they work, how to change food into flesh and blood, how to make some go to hair and some go to muscles and some to fingernails and some to this and some to that. You know where to direct the food, Bartsy?
No.
Or you dump it in and forget about it. You see, but some can't surrender. Some people can't just let it alone, can they, Mac? One time Mac and I talked, and he let things alone for about 3 months. He felt so good he had to get back on the job and mess it up again. Is that right, Mac? I'm not changing that. That's a fact, isn't it?
That's true.
He sat and talked to me out in California. Well, he just felt wonderful. One time he took me from here to the airport in Dallas. So I had a captive audience. He couldn't get away, you know. He couldn't run. I had him in that little old dinky Japanese beer can on the wheel. And he couldn't get away, and he had to listen to me all the way to Dallas. And he felt good for 3 months, and then he got out of it and said, well, look, this thing's all right, but I can't depend on this. This body's liable to fall apart any day. And he screwed it up. And so some of us just simply can't surrender yet and let X run the body. Is that right, Mac? Because they don't know what it's doing. If you don't watch out for it, it's going to mess up. I have not yet developed your bodies and minds to that point. But give us time, Mac, and we'll get there. I give this message that all forces will yield unto the word of inspiration spoken through the mouths of others. Sometimes you can't hear inspiration inside your own head. You'll hear it from outside somewhere. There may be some comedian somewhere or whatever. I heard a comedian say something made a little sense. The only thing he said made any sense, incidentally, to me. He was smoking cigarettes, and he said that somebody had given him a big fit about smoking was so terrible to your health and liable to kill you, all this, and said, well, what are you doing it for? And he said, well, any joker can quit smoking, but it takes a hero to face cancer. Oh, let's don't bother with it, you know. You might as well be a hero, huh? Go on, that's a bit. A friend of mine gives talks to groups called smoke enders. I don't know, are you acquainted with that little group running around the country? You know about it? Well, he had 14 in his last class, and he called me Thursday afternoon and said all 14 of them quit. The funny thing was that he asked them all in this class why they started smoking. All of them said due to peer pressure. When they was growing up, you know, the other kids were all smoking, and so then they had to smoke to keep up, you know, about peer pressure. Then he asked them a week later why they were all there coming to smoke enders to quit. And you know why? Peer pressure. That really shows we are really on the ball and our own man and woman, aren't we? Peer pressure made me start. Peer pressure is making me quit. When the hell am I going to do something on my own? Peer pressure didn't start me smoking. I was born wanting a cigarette. Before I had any peers, really. And unto you who cannot yet surrender, Mac, because I have not yet developed your body and mind to that point, but give us time working on it, I give this message that all forces will yield unto the word of inspiration spoken through the mouths of others. Maybe you'll have to hear it through my today.
So potent is the word of inspiration that even the form of words used is repeated by those who do not know me to do many wonderful works. You can hear yourself quoted every once in a while, believe it or not. Huh? Can hear yourself quoted. Wherever there is a bit of inspiration comes out, you'll hear a lot of other people quoting it, even though you said it, Mary. Wasn't you inspiration? Am I unjust that I develop some bodies to fruitage sooner than others? No, because some will let go and some won't earlier. Do I not bring forth the ripened berry early in the season than the ripened peach? So who's to say that you should get there first, Mac? Just because you big guy doesn't mean you're going to get there. Therefore I say that my bodies, which have surrendered unto me, and that are conscious of doing my will, are likened unto the humble blackberry, while you who receive this message with scorn, or a sense of bondage, and it just can't do it yet, are likened unto peaches, which will hereafter ripen with the glorious fullness untoned to the more quickly ripened small. See, you'll get to see your wheel in it here. The wonderful thing about life where it always lets you off the hook. Thank goodness it does, because we are all off the hook if we would but allow it. Okay? So when you do ripen late in the season, just before the frost, it will be marvelous, man. Am I unable to answer all the questions which I myself have planted in the mind? Now, not all the ones that not I's planted in there, because really, the only question that X, life, spirit plants in your mind is what's going on here. That's really the only thing any of us need to know. Not why did Susie do that, and why were some people born with red hair and some of them with pink hair and some of them with black hair and so on, and why are some people tall and some are short. Why are some people smart and others are smarter, and so on down the line. None of that is there. The only question that life ever plants in our head is what's going on here. Now, we have 4 questions that we sometimes put. They all say the same thing. What am I? Where am I? What's going on here? And what I can do. Now, that's the 4 questions that life puts in the head. And then all the others are the ones that the self put in there. We spend a lot of time on the others and very little on this one. But we're going to talk about that tomorrow. I've already been requested that that be the subject of the sermonette tomorrow. Is going to be what am I, where am I, what's going on here, and what I can do. So we won't talk about that anymore. So I've got to have something to talk about. Am I unable to answer all the questions? If you should ask, what about bodies that have died? Are they too ripened? What's it any of your business? Should I not be able to answer? Yes, I'm answer to all things, and I shall unfold to you all mysteries. And all mysteries is what am I, where am I, what's going on, what can I do. This third mystery concerns only yourself. Others I will show to you in due season. So this third one is that healing is the end of anxiety, conflict, struggle, and resistance by trying to improve yourself. By thinking, I know what ought to be right now, and you don't have the foggiest, so you've dreamed up some ideal, and it isn't that way, and you feel disappointed. When you're disappointed, you feel hurt, and you look for blame, and you get anger, guilt, fear, insecurity, the whole smear. But when you say, well, it's all right like it is, life seems to have had things going on here for a long time before you got here, man. And you want to bet something else? It'll keep it going a long time after you depart. Okay? So I think we can fairly well trust it to do things. Okay? Think you can do that now? Or do I have to hold you in a car for a long way?
I'll give you a ride to the airport.
Well, it's in Houston this time. The airport's in Houston this time.
That's maybe what it takes.
Okay. I'll hold you a little longer. Man, that'll last 6 months then. Twice as long. Others I will show to you in due season. So if you need anything else, it will be there. Now that is the third mystery. We will put up the fourth one. It is 11:30. I suggest we have a 5-10 minute break, and we will break, and how would be 2 o'clock to start? Everybody agreed to that, and I'm going to start at 2 o'clock, and you come in late, that's fine. I'm very punctual, and I like to start on time, so let's all be here at 2 o'clock.
It says 2:30. What if people aren't here this morning?
Oh, it says 2:30?
It says 2:30.
Wonderful, that suits me better. 2:30 we'll start.
2:30.
You must arrange that. He starts at 10:30. Last time I was here, they had me to start at 9 o'clock in the morning. And all this stuff. Thank you. I'm glad.
I didn't do it, but thank you.
Whoever did it, that's fine. So we start at 2:30 this afternoon. I didn't know there was already rain, so that suits me just fine. 2:30, but we will start exactly 2:30. Okay, not blessed above the rest are you, unto whom I gave the fourth mystery. So just because you hear it, well, don't mean you're any better off than anybody else. Through your bodies I radiate my glory and send vitality to other bodies. I don't know whether everybody is well aware or not, but you can give a lot of vitality and energy to anybody else that's in your area, or you can take a lot from them. If I come in I can drag everybody in here down. I can sap your energy out like you had a pump on you. Or if I come in full of vim, vigor, vitality, enthusiasm, the fire of the gods, everybody will feel pretty good. I have, on an average, of 10 people a day call up and say they're pooped out and they need some energy. So I talk to them a minute on the phone, and they do have a lot of energy. So it will travel over the microwaves, over the telephone system. They don't even have wires anymore. It just goes by microwave. But you can transmit energy to other people, vitality. And I think that's probably what allows me to have more vitality than most people, and I think I really do, because I can wear any of you out, is that I give out a lot of it. So that's a kind of a form of exercise. So if I fish out a lot of vitality, why, of necessity, I have to generate a lot. So we might as well find out. And, Mac, that is a very interesting thing to do, is to radiate a lot of energy out for other folks. Be like a tower that sends up, fills them up, okay? That might even be interesting, even to you. Through your mind, I quicken the minds and nerves of other bodies. And you really do, because you have around somebody that's very enthusiastic and delighted, didn't you feel a lot better? And you're around somebody that's, whoa, it's poor me. All my life, when it was my time to do something, I did it. When it's somebody's time to help me, they're never there. That'll drag you down so fast you don't know what hit you, you know. Boom, out it goes. You just dissipate energy all over the place. Remember? So through your mind, I quicken the minds and nerves of other bodies, acting upon them according to my will, that I may ripen them to great destinies. Great destiny is just be alive and feel enthusiastic and pitch things around and don't load other people down with things. That's a great destiny. Don't have to get your name in headlines or neons or any of that kind of stuff. You who have this fourth mystery, the gift of healing others, are no better than those others. So don't get the idea that if because you could heal somebody or you know somebody could, that they are any great shakes. They're just folks who just throw out a little of energy, that's all, and see that everything's all right like it is. So if you're a healer, don't let it go to your head. You who have this fourth mystery, the gift of healing others, are no better than those others that you heal. And if you are happier than they are, yet your happiness is not more profitable than their unhappiness. It just don't do any good. Not because you heal, you know, don't go around patting yourself on the back, because if you do, you break your arm. And that's all you'll get out of it. Other bodies have I prepared for the ministry. There's a lot of sick ones around for you to practice on. There's a lot of those been prepared for you to minister. O holder of the key of the fourth mystery, others less ripened than you, are awaiting the help that you can give. They're out there waiting for it because they haven't found a way to be out of their conflict and struggle, and they dissipate energy all over the place with boredom and helplessness and self-pity and all this. So there's plenty of them out there, so throw them out a little bit. They'll use it. They won't keep it, but they'll use it for a while anyway. But it's kind of like buying somebody's dinner, you know. Hungry person, you get their dinner. They're not hungry now, but in a few hours they will be. So somebody's all down, you give them a big charge of energy. It's like giving them a meal. They feel fine now, but in a few hours they'll be hungry again. So in the process, you have plenty to practice on. That's what they're there for. And maybe they will catch on someday that they can do likewise and look after their own. All they got to do is to kind of like things in the world like they are. So there's plenty out there for us to work on, okay? Holder of the key of the fourth mysteries, others less ripened than you are awaiting the help they can give. But until you have accepted from me the power to heal and the sure knowledge that I am in you and you in me, that's all one, and until you can say, I love, and really know what you're saying, not just popping words off, knowing that it is I in the body which saith it, even until then, you are only an imitator of my healing power. When you know that X is does all the healing, generates all the energy, the only source of energy and living beings in this world is X. And you can use it or dissipate it. Block it off, but it's there, and everybody has X in them, so there's nobody deficient of energy. There's an awful lot of people who don't take advantage of it. You know, it's like we in this room, and I see none of the lights are on. That don't mean it's not available. All we got to go over there and do is push a button. Is that right? Now, demanding don't mean in the usual sense of, damn it, get with it, do it. It just means push the button, you know. That's making the demand. Very simple. Until you know me, it is well if you can imitate what you think I am. Fine, you can go through all those stages. You can do the imitation. If so, well, and if not, well. It's all right either way. As I said, you don't have to change anything. For I am working my will in the body now, and you shall see my glory when your eyes grow strong enough to endure such a life. You got to get your eyes so you can stand to see that really life is doing everything we see around here constantly. It is making you breathe, smile, stand up, sit down, move, eat, get hungry, sleepy, wake up, whatever. You don't know how to do any of those things, so what's going on? Shall you say to me, does God do it all as there is nothing for me to do? Yes, I do it all. You have but to be and to grow, and I see fit to develop you. And so you are the living expression of life. And can you think of anything greater to be? Just rattle that one by your eyes a minute. Is there anything greater to be than to be a conscious expression of life, love, truth, God, whatever words you want to use? Living expression of X. Now, otherwise, we're living or a dying expression of the not eyes. Now, either way, you have your choice, and I much prefer the former. Now, you can walk on the street in a city or a small town or anywhere you want to be, and you live around. If you can see a person, you see a person either dying as an expression of the not eyes, or you see a person living, growing, being, an expression of truth, God, love, if you will. You see one or the other all the time, and unfortunately you see an awful lot more as an expression of dying, the expression of the not eyes. You see that all over. It's really about all you see. When you can no longer hold yourself up when you no longer hold the self up as a separate person from me, you will surrender to me when you see, look, we're all one. So I'm going to do the awareness function of this partnership or this household, and my partner or my other aspect life is going to take care of all the hows. So when I see what to do and get with it, it'll take care of the other part of it. You don't have to fret about it. And you're not a separate person. Because if life left any one of these bodies here, you know what would happen to the body? Clap! Hits the floor. No longer a living expression, right? Gone right now. You don't hold yourself up as a separate person from me. You will surrender to me, and I will use the body to radiate my love to others. And that's a pretty good activity, and I don't know anything greater to say I exist for. That this body can be used to radiate life, radiate love, radiate peace, radiate power, energy to other people. Can you think of anything anybody can do today?
That's good.
Right? That's all right, okay. To exercise my healing power, you must tenderly love, without desire, the body you would heal, no matter where it is. You are sincerely interested in it. Unto many I reveal a tender love with desire. Such a revelation of myself comes to the maiden or youth with a power of gladness, which is a foretaste of my joy. It's not the real thing, but it definitely is an aspect of it. But unto you shall be revealed a more tender love, without desire, and even without desire for a return of affection. You don't expect a return. That the person, now look at all I've done for them and how little they've done for me. You know, do you ever feel that way? I've done so much for people. Man, nobody's ever done anything for me except step on me. Unto many I reveal a tender love with desire. That's round and it's wonderful and it's beautiful and it's a foretaste. Such a revelation of myself comes to the maiden or youth with a power of gladness, which is a foretaste of my joy, and it's very worthwhile having around. Yeah?
Would you talk about the different ways you can interpret desire?
Yeah, I'll get that in a minute, okay? And a desire for a return of affection. Now, if that degree of tenderness that I reveal unto many causes a supreme gladness of the heart, to what height of bliss shall they rise, into whom I give the power of radiating my perfect love. Now, that is what's called bliss and etc. Now, I was asked to talk about desire. Now, don't think that because you want a drink of water that that's called desire. Now, in the ordinary terms it is somewhat, I guess, but you're going to have that, which is, desire is a psychological, as it's used here, is a psychological aspect that says, I've got to have that in order to be happy. Now, that's the kind of desire it says, it's talking about here, that says when it can disappear. That I'm going to have this or that, I'm going to have your attention or your approval in order to be happy. I have to have this set of circumstances in order to be happy. I've got to be approved of by everybody to be happy. That is desire, as used here. Now, please don't think because you want a new house or a new car or something, if you want those for whatever purpose you want them, knowing that they're not going to make you important. Now, I know if we went out and get us a power bomb to ride around, it's a good attention-getting device, isn't it? Huh? I drove a car to work the other morning. It looks a little rugged, but it's a great big monster. Some guy come barging in telling me that it looked like a pile of junk. You know, he was trying to put it down, or me down for driving a little bit. So he drives a 280 ZX. So I said, well, I know that that big Bentley looks pretty terrible, but it did get down here, and that's more than I can say for that Japanese beer can you got out there. So, all of a sudden, he was very upset, you know. All of a sudden, because I had said his car was the Japanese beer can. Now, it didn't change the 280Z one iota, but just because I said something, I'm fairly well known for being fast on the uptake, so I usually put out when I put out outstanding. So what bliss shall the person arise into who I give the power of radiating my perfect love? Now that is perfect love, is love without need or a demand or a desire for return. Okay? I love you, you better damn well love me, or stuff is rough. If I love you simply because you are an expression of X, and I'm an expression of X, there's nothing I need in return at all, and I don't desire any. It is a radiation, and a radiation is not a drawing unto. No doubt there will be a lot of other radiations start out there, but that's not the purpose of it, okay? Each radiation of my love is a healing power which pierces unto the uttermost, giving forth a new and sweet vitality. In other words, the greatest source of vitality for ourselves is to truly radiate love, if you want to use that word. It's been so beat around, I hardly ever use it. It's been to relate to everything, and it gets to be almost a cliche at times. But let's say that I am truly interested in your well-being, without any desire to get anything in return. You don't owe me any return of being interested in me or anything else. Then that radiation is probably one of the most healing things in the world. And it gives forth that sweet vitality. I am only waiting to use the body to radiate forth my love and life, waiting until you shall give up the so-called knowledge of good and evil and surrender unto me. You see, the reason we don't surrender, we think we know what's good and what's bad and what's right and what's wrong. And so we demand that we better watch things, because life don't seem to have that. It really don't seem to care about what's good and what's bad, what's right and what's wrong. Because that all comes from conditioning over there. And that's what our great riches is, that we're afraid to give up, because if we're not looking after what's good and bad, who is? You know, something terrible liable to happen if I haven't got my finger on it every minute. Is that right? Huh? I don't know what's good and I don't know what's bad. Now, that may sound like, well, I'm some kind of reprobate, and I probably am. But do you know the outcome of a given event today, say 2 weeks from now? 2 months from now. Now, if you don't know that, could you judge it as being good or bad today? Could you, Mac? And let's say one of your gas wells blew out and went dry today. You know the outcome? I bet. But you don't know the outcome of that 2 weeks from now. It may push the others up to where they really produce, you see. So you better wait a couple of months or 3 months before you see whether it's good or bad. You know, there's a story to tell about a man who had his major wealth consisted, in fact his only wealth consisted of a very beautiful horse, a lovely mare that he had, great Arabian mare, high breeding. And he and his son struggled away to make a living and barely exist, but they had this beautiful horse, so they knew no trouble could come to them, because they could always sell this lovely mare for a fortune. One morning they get up, and the mare is broken out of her corral and gone. So the guy said, well, the mare's gone. All the neighbors come and said, you sure are unfortunate. He said, well, I don't know. I know the mare's gone. That's all I know. Well, they said, that's terrible. He said, okay, that's terrible, but I don't know that. So about a week later, they get up one morning, and she's back in the corral with 7 beautiful wild stallions. Fantastic. All the neighbors come and said, you sure are fortunate. He said, well, I don't know. I've got 8 horses now, and I only had one before, but I've got 8 now, so I know that. And they all said they knew that it was wonderful that he had the 8 horses now. It was pretty good, wasn't it? So he and his son decided to break these 8 wild stallions so they would be able to sell them and so forth. And about the 4th or 5th day, one of these wild stallions, through his son, broke his leg. His leg broken riding horses instead of roller skating, but it works the same way. Okay? So all the neighbors come and said, how unfortunate. Your son broke his leg. Got a broken leg. And he said, I don't know whether it's unfortunate or not. I just know my son got a broken leg. And about 5 days later, the king's men came through, conscripting all able-bodied young men to take them off to some war that they were raiding another country. And of course, they couldn't take his son because he had a broken leg. So all the neighbors' sons got taken, but he wasn't. They all came over and said, "How fortunate for you that your son had a broken leg." He said, "I don't know, I just know he got a broken leg and he didn't have to go to the army." Now, we could go on for that for the rest of the day, but I guess we'll quit about that. But that you see that everybody jumps to the conclusion, you know what's good and bad, because where they fit you a little preconceived opinion of what's good right now, but you don't know the outcome 4 or 5 days later, a week later, so how could you tell whether it was good or not? Okay? Huh? So is it possible we could just let good and evil alone? And you see, that was told in this story in the book of Genesis was the fall of man, the eat of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And they told them when they eat of it, they'd die. It's a deadly stuff. Can't you spit it out? Throw the core away. Do you know what's good and bad? You don't have anything to worry about, do you? Everything's just all right like that. I'm only awaiting to use the body to radiate forth my love and life, waiting until you shall give up the so-called knowledge of good and evil, and surrender unto me and say, look, life knows what it's doing fine, so I got an itch today, the itch will eventually heal up, I guess. If it don't, it's fine to have the itch, is that right? For what? I don't know what's good and I don't know what's bad, and that is possibly the being reborn. Because the fall of man, the death of man was deciding long ago that he knew what was good, what was bad, and we've been passing it on from generation to generation. Mama told me all the things was good and bad. And they told me that I was, at a certain day, I was old enough to know good from evil. Thank goodness I outgrew it. Give me time, I'll outgrow anything. So let's leave that one there. Okay, is there any questions or comments? Yes, sir.
You kind of skipped over the word bliss in there. What does that mean?
Well, you're blissful when you don't want to change anything, my friend. There's nothing I want to change, so I'd say I'm in a state of bliss right now. Now, sometimes the bliss is greater degrees and lesser degrees. When you want to change anything, you're not very blissful, is that right? And I don't know anything that I'm smart enough to say should be changed. So I'm quite pleased and delighted and wonderful with everything as it is. And when you're in a state of not having a thing in the world you want to remake, improve, fix it up, and say, the good Lord sure screwed up. He should have left me in charge of this thing. Made me the general manager. Well, you might call that bliss. Yes, Miss Martin.
You went a little too fast for me. I want you to go back a little bit.
Where you want to go back to?
Okay, I want you to go back
to the
when
beginning.
You talked about, when you talked about eating of the tree.
Of knowledge of good and evil was the fall of man.
Okay,
as the story goes, in the great teaching story, the symbolic story. Eve was enticed by the evil one, which is the 4 dual basic urges, to eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. That's right.
Yeah.
And that was the fall of man from a truly spiritual state, seeing themselves separate from life rather than as an expression of life.
Okay.
And we've been Eve handed on to Seth, and Abel, or Cain, and Cain raised Cain with it and killed Abel, and they've been going on ever since with it.
Okay. Then you said being reborn is when we give
you
up.
You can see that you don't know what's good and what's bad, and you can care less, and you can allow life to determine what's going on, and you can respond to it. You now are a new creature. You are not a creature that knows good and evil. Right from wrong, you now are an expression of life, expressing spontaneously life, love, truth, all those pretty words. Okay? That is being a new person, is it not? Okay? Anybody else got a word? Yes, sir.
Can you just tell us what the 6 not eyes are again?
Okay, the first one is, of course, the very pappy of all of them is that the whole purpose of living is to be non-disturbed. The first one that works on how to get it is complaining. That's the complainer. Things not like I know they ought to be, I complain, right, Mary?
That's on the right side, right?
Well, that's over there. I don't know where it's right or left. It's in the middle of
Is
it.
that a-
Right. We're back on power now. Okay, the second one is sticking up for my rights. That's a sticker up for rights. Okay? Now on the other side of the next in ordinary sequence of chronology is that I got to please everybody. Mama put up enough of my complaining and sticking up for rights. Okay, sounds like where I work, only I have military jets fly over all day. So I'm used to starting to get my breath between words. So that would be this one. It says it's important to please them. It's not because I want to, but they'll give me pain if I don't. Is that right? Then we make the one that says, believe into as I am told by my authorities. My authorities, of course, were the ones that Mama told me was my authorities. The fuzz, the preacher, the Sunday school teachers, the word, the book, all these stuff, you know. They don't always agree, as you know. The next one says if I ought to improve myself. So that's the self-improver, which gets very powerful in a lot of folks. It's really a talent. Because no matter what you do, you ought to improve yourself. And then finally, we get to one that really clears everything out. If they would straighten up, so the blamer, if all the rest of these folks would just straighten up and fly right, I would be so happy. So all we got to do is start a war and straighten them up. If they don't straighten up, we'll straighten them out. That clear enough already? Now that's the self. And it says to know the self, and it doesn't say to improve it, straighten it up, or eliminate it. It just says know it, so you take into consideration when all that stuff runs through your head that that's to be ignored, because that's the self running and wanting you to express the self rather than life itself, okay? That's the competitor to life. In the scripture books and so forth, it's called the devil, or the evil one, or the dark forces, or the opposition, and so forth. So it's what wants to take over, and it is death to live by it. Okay? That answer your question? Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Now, let me ask this. When you get into that position, I've been into some of these different deals.
Which one?
Improvement or...
Yeah, when you find yourself doing one.
Yeah. What is some of the steps to take to get away from that?
Well, see that it is a bunch of foolishness. In other words, if somebody come along and told you that if you use these to make a circle around you on the floor, that nothing could ever come disturb you anymore, and all you have to do is give me $8,000 for this thing so you can draw green circles around you on the floor, would you buy it? Okay. And don't buy, you can improve yourself. Same time. In other words, I don't think you're a gullible man, so don't listen to all that junk.
I'll bid 7,000.
For 7,000, you can have an orange.
You're going to write in number 4?
Yeah, I'm going to write in number 4. Good enough?
Will you read it, please?
Huh?
Will you please read it? I don't know.
I have to read it quick because I can't read it in a minute. I don't know good and evil. Life can therefore radiate from me. So if I don't know good and evil, then life has to radiate out here. Now life is always the unexpected, the unconditioned, and it's really, you can't very well predict an unconditioned person. But a very conditioned person, I can predict. I know I can say this to them and get this response. I can say boo-boo and they cry. I say something else and they laugh. I say something else and they get very upset and depressed. And I can say something else and they feel wonderful and so forth. So I can predict a conditioned person. It makes it quite possible for all us peddlers to make a good living. But if you're dealing with a person who is expressing life, you never know what's going to happen. They're totally unpredictable. That's why all institutions don't like them. Because if you have an institution, you got to have it so that when you say something or give an order or what have you, it's predictable as to be the outcome. And totally conscious people would eliminate the possibility of institutions having power. So they don't like them, and they spend great time and effort, all institutions, seeing that you are thoroughly conditioned that you will respond as the proper button is pushed. Okay? Any other question, comment? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I go around quoting my authorities a lot. How can I work on that so that I don't have to...
Well, see, it's your authorities don't know what they're talking about, so why would you quote those jerks? Huh? Let's quote life, and if we know, and then you don't have to quote it, you express it. Quoting is always out of something else, and it says Amelia really don't exist. She's a tape recording, and so somebody pushes it, and it plays off X12 on the tape. Somebody else pushes something, you play B2, and so on down the line. So why not let Amelia express life rather than that? So if nothing else, just be quiet for a day or two and it'll come out, okay? So the best thing I would suggest, if I could, Amelia, is that we don't quote anybody for a while. It might mean you're very silent a few days and everybody wonders what's wrong with you, but then something will come out and it will be the expression of life, okay? Does that make all sound sensible to you? And everybody will wonder what's wrong with Amelia. She's not yakking all the time, but wait a little. Let it go for a day or two and something will come out that's an expression of life. Just don't let all that stuff express for a little bit. Okay? Next comment, question, what have you. Okay, there's a quick break in the violent downpours and the thunderstorms, so let's take a break until 2:30, where we will start on time at 2:30. There is a whole bunch of these little mysteries, and we'll try to cover them all. So let's start on time, okay?
One, two, three. Now you're doing all right, aren't you? That okay now? Okay. We will proceed where we left off. So we're going to talk about the book and what it says, and I will attempt to have a comment now and then. It says, I am pure. Unto me all things are pure. I see not only that which appears, which in itself gives the thought of impurity, but I also see the very innermost thoughts of the heart. Are not mine eyes too pure to behold impurity? It seems that people who don't think of everything as being impure seldom see it anywhere. But the ones who feel they're impure see it about every place under the sun. Yet is there anything that I do not see? That says life. Therefore I reveal unto thee the fifth mystery, the mystery of purity. Unto each I give that measure of my purity which each one is capable of receiving. Now, obviously, none of us could receive something we aren't capable of receiving. You cannot yet know all my purity, therefore are you guided by such portions as you have. It is well for you to be what you think is purity, until I reveal this mystery unto you. In other words, don't take off doing something because the book said so. Again, we said you do it on your own, and only as you see it that way. No ceremony can cause that which is selfish to become unselfish. If then any possession of another without ceremony would be selfish, so also is that possession if taken with the world's sanctions. So it says we don't pay too much attention to the world's sanctions, but as long as You can't see it otherwise. By all means, get the world's sanctions. Herein is the fifth mystery. Not that I lay any commandment upon you, but that I call you from a lesser pleasure unto a greater. If it be a pleasure to thee to hold another in bondage unto yourself, well. Unto thyself, well. If it be pleasure to win another's love for the self, well. Even if it be a pleasure to bind another with a bond, that you do not the self observe, well. But listen unto my voice calling you from these pleasures. The body is my temple. This has been repeated before a number of times. Shall I not cause it to glow with the fire of my glory? You see a person every once in a while that just kind of glows, don't you? And you see other people that look kind of cloudy. And I'm not talking about auras or anything. You could call it that if you like. But some people just kind of look a little depressed. And some just glow all over the place. Shall I not cause the body of the temple to glow with the fire of my glory? Do you think I am not able to keep it pure without the help of the self? You know, the self's always trying to straighten everything out, you know, and makes you feel guilty and all these good things. But it seems that it's quite able to take care of things without that. Yes, I am able, and you shall know the mystery of my purity. Struggle as you will against what you think impure. And you know, the more we struggle against something, the more it seems to be there. Isn't that right? The more we try to improve ourselves, the more unworthy we feel, and so forth. So struggle as you will against what you think impure. The struggle is not in vain, for out of it shall grow strength, that the sight may not be blinded when I show you that all things are pure. Now, I don't know whether you've seen that or not, but I'm quite sure that eventually you will see that all things are pure and that there's nothing to go out and find fault with in yourself or another. That which appears impure unto you is not tender love between woman and man, however or whatever shown. But the appearance of desire is impure unto you. Even unto you tender love without desire does not seem impure. So the desire is the desire to control, to possess, to own. You know, you never desired love, you just already got that. But then it's when it turns around that we call the desire to control somebody, to own them, to possess, to manage them, what have you. That is desire. And then when that's rejected, oh, how wonderfully we feel we're in love, huh? You ever been rejected a little bit? Oh, man, it makes things worse. Nothing can sully the purity of that body wherein I dwell. That is a statement that causes a certain amount of commotion in the world, but let's try it again. Nothing can sully the purity of that body wherein I dwell. Fear not, therefore, anything that can come to the mind from without, for I am within. So don't worry about all these things that come in from the outside. Have you been warned by others not to think certain thoughts? You know, you've probably been told that's terrible, and people tell me they're just controlled by their thoughts, and these horrible thoughts run through their mind. What difference does it make what thoughts run through there? It's just traffic on the freeway. You know, it might as well be concerned as what kind of trucks go down the road. You have really no control over the thoughts that run through your head. Is that correct or not? You don't have to give them room. An old gent told me one time you couldn't keep a bird from lighting on your head, but you didn't have to let the darn thing build a nest there. You can kick it off after a while, but you can't keep a certain thought from running through your mind, because the mind is made up of things that associate, and something goes by and all kinds of funny thoughts may run through there. And that hasn't hurt you or anything else, and if you try to prevent such a thought from running through there, you get allergies. Laugh if you please, that's the way they do, because if you decided, I will never think of something again, you probably would not think of it, but you'd be about to think of it every now and then, because something's about to remind you of it, and you break out with sneezes and breaking out all over the body and all sorts of other things. That is the source of your allergies, okay? If you're free to think of anything, what difference does it make what runs through the freeways? And if you're free to think of anything, your allergies disappear. That's correct. I'm not being funny, though. It is funny, but I wasn't doing it. Fear not, therefore, anything that can come to the mind from without, from within. Have you been warned by others not to think certain thoughts and not to allow the self certain actions? Heed the warning well until I reveal myself further unto thee, to you. For those others are also my ministers, sent unto you to keep you struggling until you know this mystery. Now, this may sound rather strange that life would have a struggle. But can you imagine a squirrel working on his head a little bit, or in his spiritual evolvement? He doesn't, because he hasn't been taught anything wrong, right, or anything else. We have. And to be evolved so you'd really know freedom, you would have to first be exposed to what's called bondage, or you just take freedom for granted. To be in a literal turmoil, mental turmoil, has a great value to us, because you can really appreciate peace. If you had peace, just blah, blah, you would never really be interested in knowing how it comes about or what is, and you wouldn't be interested in life or what makes it. You would just accept that. So human being, as far as we can see, the highest form of life built here, and I'm talking about forms, not that men are so greatly evolved, because they're not. It's a general thing, but the body is, and it's capable of things, but without a certain struggle, without turmoil, you really wouldn't appreciate what it's like to really be clear and concise, because you see the difference. Tim, if you hadn't been through some of the things you had been through, would you be so delighted with being sober? You see, there's a lot of people never really been drunked out and year in and year out, so they don't know how wonderful it is to be sober. They really don't know, but you do, don't you? You're in utter joy at every day that you wake up and you're sober that day. Is that right?
No.
Huh? You're at least joyful that you're sober, aren't you? I didn't say you were joyful all over, but I said there's one little point. You're at least joyful that you're sober, regardless of what all the other stuff's going on. Isn't that right? Now, if one of us had been through all the hell of mental conflict, struggle, and resistance, it is a fantastic joy not to be there. And so life in its wisdom allowed us to get tangled up where we're very conditioned in a constant struggle. No matter how much we bitch about it, it still was a great thing for us, or is if we haven't turned it loose yet. Because you do have decided a motive to get out of it. Is that right? You got a big motive to get out of that turmoil. Is that correct? So I see the joy of it. So again, we can go back to this one that says all is okay. It's just fine to be that way. Have you certain standards in the mind of purity of thought, purity of action, and holy living? Oh yes, that's where we're going to improve ourselves to fit it. Isn't that wonderful? They also are from me, and I have sent them unto you to the end that you might be influenced by them, and the development enhanced. You'll be influenced by them and be miserable, and so then you got something to work on. But think not that such standards apply to any others save the self. You can put all the standards on yourself and make you as miserable as you want to. Don't try to put them on another guy, He don't need it. For unto each have I given a different standard. That's why people fight all the time, I got the standards, you mustn't drink coffee and smoke cigarettes. Somebody else has got one, you mustn't go to a dance. But people don't smoke cigarettes and drink coffee, they go to dances. That's all right. Some others can't go to dances, but they drink all the coffee they want to. Smoke all the good cigars and cigarettes they want to. Some can drink wine, but you must not drink hard booze. Some you can drink booze as long as you don't get drunk. Some you can't gamble at all. Some you gamble in church, You can go down and run bingo games to keep the thing going. and so on. So thank goodness we all have different standards. Now, obviously, I have one standard for me and another one for you. You know that. Everybody got that. You know, I'm conservative, you're stingy, and they're greedy. As the further it gets away, the more with standards we have for them, you know. I'm loving, you're lustful, and they're reprobates, you know, and so on down the line. It just, you know, we've got my way of doing things, it has a proper justification. In fact, it has nothing but the highest ideals to motivate my behavior. Yours is a little further off, and the other guy, he's clear of no, and he has no standard, he's just an animal out there. So, unto each have I given a different standard. Thank goodness, you know. According to their needs, and their standard is as good to them as yours is to you, each to each. So your little standard's fine, theirs is fine. They'll all make you miserable, and so it'll serve the proper purpose, you see. Therefore, if the standard be preached to them, such preaching would be an attempt to interfere with the standards which I have given unto them. Some of my good friends that I go to talk to in certain cities are constantly bombarding the fact that I drink coffee and smoke cigarettes. I don't keep the word of wisdom, as they call it. But you know, they do a bunch of things I don't do. Oh, I think my bunch of stuff is as weird as theirs are, you know. Now, I'm not saying mine are good and bad and so forth. I just think it don't matter darn for any of them. So if they want to live by never having a cup of coffee or smoking a cigarette, that's fine. And leaves more for me. But fear not to preach the standard if it pleases you to do so. So you go out and tell everybody what's right and what's wrong as long as it pleases you to do so. For I will cause such preaching to be of benefit to you, not to the people you preach to, but you'll finally see what you got in there. Life didn't say it's going to do a thing for those other people, but it'll finally get around to you, and so it'll get you killed up one day. Associate the self with others to bring about social changes or reforms, if you will. Get out there and get as political and get all these terrible things that's going on in the world straightened out. Join all the movements and really get things straightened up. It'll make you feel good. It'll be all right. You just do it. So associate the self with others to bring about social changes or reforms, if you will. Take those that offend you before the courts and prosecute them as you will. Take them to court. Stop them. All such crusades or persecutions will I cause to be a medium for accomplishing my will. Probably won't be getting all those things done, but it will finally get you to straighten up and say, what difference does it make, you know? You know, a number of years ago, I used to get on a train, and there were certain cars where black people went into, and then there was other cars where white people went. And you got on a city bus, the black folks had to sit in the back, white folks had to sit in front. When I was going to school over at Austin a number of years ago, I used to work in a shoe store to have bread and shelter around, and the black customers came in and had to sit in the back of the store. They weren't allowed to just pop down any store and chair in the store they was allowed to then. Now then, that's all changed. But if you smoke, you're sent in the back of the airplane, the back of the bus, the back of the other. So humanity is not going to get along without segregation. Just don't kid yourself. Now, one of these days, we'll have to have separate vehicles for us, you know. You've got to get bussed around. And eventually, well, all the people who don't smoke will have to come and sit with us that do for a while. You know, and it goes through these cycles. It's been going on for ages, and it will continue to do so. Now, people have to have segregation, and after you got segregation, you got a cause to go out and work for, don't you? Segregation, huh? I think that's the funniest thing. Now, what difference whether you're segregated to the back of the store, or the back of the airplane, or the back of the bus, for one reason or another, because you do something different or look different from somebody else, huh? Then you got to be segregated. Segregation is legal, but it's not legal for certain reasons. But, you know, eventually that will go its full cycle. Now, somebody will have a cause to get up on someday and go out and get equality back again, huh? I think it's funny. But if that pleases you to go out and preach on it, work on it. So you can go out and crusade and persecute people all you want to, yet know that when they whom you do persecute are also servants of my will, so just have fun, push them around. Pray earnestly, if you will, that certain conditions which are obnoxious to you be abolished. Okay, then we'll start something else, you know. Let black folks sit up front in the store, and we'll put the smokers in the back. So what's the difference, you know? We can get that all done. And of course, people are wanting to abolish smoking. You know, they want to do that. California is pretty good at it, you know. You know, they look at you like you have the leprosy or something.
Come on, kids.
I do every once in a while. It's kind of nice to come where most everybody smokes. The rest of them are closet smokers. I work in a building where I and one other person are the only ones that openly ever light a cigarette. Whole company full of people. But I go to the washroom and it's always just loaded with smoke. So that's what you call them, closet smokers, only these are bathroom smokers, you know. So, man, every so often they got to run in there and smoke in the bathroom. But now outside, oh man, why don't you quit that, Phyllis? I think that's funny too. Pray earnestly, if you will, that certain conditions which are obnoxious to you be abolished. Let's get with it. Pray and ask the Lord. Strive with the fellows unto that end, and if it seems right unto you, pride the self, if you choose, on exercising a strong influence against such conditions. You have really done much to end these evils in the world. Pat yourself on the back. Just be careful, don't disjoint it. I will be with you in all such prayers and strivings, and laughing up a storm. Can you imagine at the laughing and the joy of the sense of humor that life must have? To answer all the prayers of everybody. You know that I have provided those obnoxious conditions on purpose to exercise the heart and the hearts of those who are affected thereby, and will sanctify them unto you, even unto to the deepest distress. You'll really be upset. More and more of it's come on. That which you deem a disgrace to the times, as to the city and to you, is intended by me to work a great advantage unto you. You might finally get so you recognize that everything's okay, just like it is. You might even get there sometime. That'd be kind of nice, wouldn't it? But if you, without all these things happening, you would never get to the place where you could agree that everything was all right. You could never get around to the second mystery here. Yet I will that you shall fight as if it were an enemy, if you see it as an enemy, and herein is this mystery. Things are as you see them. They aren't like you, like they might be, but things are to you as you see them. So, it's about purity, but that's what purity is. So if you should see all things as pure. So the fifth one here, we might as well stay with green for a little bit longer here. All things are as I see them. To me, of course. All things are to me as I see them. So now that is a mystery. We talk about, well, that's the way it is, that's the fact, and so forth. But it may or may not have anything to do with that, but it is to you as you see it. Now, if I choose to see you as a wonderful person, what kind of a person are you to me? And if I see you as kind of a bunch of darn faults that I got to struggle with you to get straightened out, how do I see you? As a very flawed person that really needs a lot of my administrations to get you straightened up so you'll be like you ought to be. Is that right? Now, suppose that today we could begin to see everybody as an expression of life, an individualized expression of life. God, if you please, Heck, Spirit, Word, whatever you want to. What kind of world would you live in then? If you saw everybody as being an expression of God, life, spirit, you'd see everybody as the Christ then, wouldn't you? Wouldn't this be a terrible old world to live in, like that woman said the other day, who wants to stay here? Get out and go into the realms? Forget it. I'm better acquainted here. I want to stick around. But what kind of world is it when you see everybody as being an expression of life, including yourself, dear Louise? Huh? I couldn't figure out an improvement on it. Could you? Could you?
No.
Well, that's pretty close to what it is. I don't know whether it's that way or not, but that's the way I choose to see it. And everything is as to me as I choose to see it, okay? You are to me as I choose to see you, and you are to me as I choose to see you. And Marcy is to me as I choose to see her, and you are, and on and on. Now, if I see everybody as an expression of life, and if whatever they're doing is serving some contribution to the whole, it is life working. Maybe it's just having fun. Oh, I don't think life has to be so serious all the time that it never plays jokes or anything. That's a good time, but there is absolutely nothing that you can get all torn up and upset about, because everything you see is an expression of God, life, spirit, whatever word you're comfortable with. Huh? Now, that's just about what it said here. It says that it's quite pleased with us. You obviously notice that when life is not pleased with you, it seems that you're invited away from the party. We're all here, so it must be putting up with us quite well, Mary. Huh? Oh, we're here, you're here. So I guess life is pleased with us. Why can't I be? You're pleased with everybody around? They're all right just like they are. Somebody says, don't you wish everybody in the world was conscious? I said, I have a hard time making a living. If you have a few sleepy folks to take advantage of every now and then. Is that all right, Mac Harris? If you as a peddler and a maneuver in the business world had all conscious people, it'd be rough to make a living, wouldn't it? Thank goodness we had a lot of them sleeping. If you're a doctor, do you want everybody in the world to be well? You starve to death. You know, you gotta have a bunch of sickies around to keep going. If you're an undertaker, you don't want anybody to go. I have a friend's an undertaker up in Pennsylvania, up in the hills, and he's forever calling me on the phone. Said, Bob, do something to get my business up. I haven't had a funeral in weeks. Well, I said, well, now if I help Charlie out, I got to knock a few people out. I don't guess I want to help Charlie's business much. The doctor says my practice has gone down. I haven't had a patient in 2 weeks. So I got to get some people sick so he can be busy, huh? I'm really not helping out in some of these chores, you know. But isn't it all right? You see, we really don't want anything a whole lot different than this if you really think over it for a while. Everybody's an expression of life serving some purpose or other, and why should we be disturbed about it and try to straighten everything up and get all our causes and our situations going, and we do these great reforms and everything. I think everybody's all right just like they are. Tina, don't you? You're just fine just like you are. You've then taken all the troubles out of the world, but then without troubles, how are we going to survive? We've got our whole society set up on fixing other people's troubles. Is that right? Can you imagine what a depression would come about if from now on nobody got sick? See, the biggest industries in the country are supplying sick people. Medications and medical instruments and medical devices of all kinds, and this industrial complex I work in, 9 out of 10 of the businesses there are all supplying something for sick people, medical devices, etc. Well, the whole thing would be a ghost town out there in a week. If nobody got sick from now on, what would we'd have a depression. Unemployment would be rampant. We'd probably go to 25% in this country. You want that to happen? Let them stay safe. Keep business going. Too many of my friends are physicians. If they didn't have sick people, they'd all starve. Besides that, they're the greatest people for new investments, aren't they? All right? Where you go when you need some risk money without telling them it's risk? You see, we just got to have all these things. So for goodness sake, see that life is pretty smart and that everything is just fine just like it is. Okay? Not trying to change a thing. And then you don't have any problems. You want to take a break now, or you want to wait till I get through with the next little mystery here? Okay, we'll go to number 6. We got 5. And then so far, they all look kind of sensible even, don't they? We'll take a break after this one here. The 6th mystery is the mystery of giving. Now, this really gets with it. You know. Behold, I have set my sun in the sky, and the light in which it light lives is the light which it radiates itself. That's the only light around the sun is the sun it radiates, okay? It is not lighted by reason of any light which comes to it. Nothing out there brighter than it is that gets anywhere near it. But only by reason of that light which goes out from it. So unto you I have given the power to radiate my love, my happiness, my health, my wealth, my vitality, and my wisdom. Okay? I have given the power unto you, each and every one of us. So unto you I have given the power to radiate my love, my happiness, my health, my wealth, my vitality, and my wisdom. You already have that ability, okay? And as the sun cannot live in any light except that which it radiates or gives out, so it is impossible for you to live in any light that you do not radiate, nor have any light and love and happiness and health and wealth and vitality and wisdom, which is all called light. That's what is meant by light, all those things. Now, the only bit of that I will ever live in is what I can radiate. So why not just radiate me a whole gob of it if I like it, huh? There's nothing wrong with it. Nobody's keeping me from it. Is there, man? Nobody keeps me from it. So if I want to have light, which is love, happiness, wealth, health, vitality, and wisdom, that is what is meant by light, not light coming through the ceiling up here. That is the light that we can live in, is that which we radiate. You cannot obtain love by getting it from without. You know, I would never know whether anybody loves me or not. I can know whether they treat me. I can see when you treat me nicely and caringly and all that, I can see that. But I don't know whether that's from love or whether you figured out it'd be to your advantage to do it that way. I don't know. Maybe a big act for all I know. Huh? You cannot obtain love by getting it from without, even as the sun cannot obtain light by getting it from without. The sun don't get any light from outside of itself. It's got its own source going, huh? So if you love, you will feel that everybody loves you. But if you don't love, you're always questioning and wondering and doubting and all that good stuff. Is that about right? Happiness is constantly yours to the extent that you do give it out. So if you pitch out a little joy as you go through this world, an awful lot you're living in, and you don't get it back, you're just living in it. You're already spraying it around you, so it's like you sitting in the middle of that little light thing. It's all around you then. Seeking happiness from without and drawing it to the self is its own destruction. Now, I've had many people come to me and say, I'd just give anything to be happy. And I said, well, fine. The day you don't give a damn whether you're happy or not, you'll find you are. Try it on for size someday. As long as you're trying to be happy, you're checking up every minute, and it don't seem you are. But if you don't care whether you're happy or not, what kind of state are you in? You wouldn't trade with nobody in all the world, you know, because you're not trying to make yourself happy. You're not checking up on it. Its happiness is like a body. No self-respecting body will work while being spied on, and happiness couldn't stay around if you're checking up on it every minute. So happiness is constantly yours to the extent that you do give it out. Seeking happiness from without and drawing it to the self is its own destruction. The desire to obtain happiness from without gives a sense of the lack of happiness. This sense is the only unhappiness there is. Isn't that funny? And that is a fact. I've checked up on that for years. The only way you ever feel unhappy is when you're trying to be happy by trying to get it. If I had this and if I had that. For a while I run a little thing on Tuesday night. We give a talk for an hour or so every Tuesday night out in California. And there was a bunch of people came, and they would bring me letters of all the things they wanted. One lady started in with what she wanted. Started out with a yellow Corvette. And then it went to a man who makes $10 million a year and already has a lot. And he would let her have an affair every year with some guy named Earhart or something or other. And this went on and on. Now, this is all she required to be happy. It was about 8 pages. I still have the thing. I'll let you read it. Okay. About 8 pages of just this and this and this, and then she'd be happy. Now, if she had all of them, she wouldn't be. I know that. Because she'd know she must have forgotten something. So, as long as you're trying to be happy, you won't be. And when you say, what difference does it make? Who am I that I should be happy? It's pretty wonderful just like it is. Without it, you'll find you are bubbling over with joy from there on. Would you like to be happy, Mary? Good. You see, there's no reason not to be, because it's already been given to us as a gift, but we ignore the gift and start running around looking under rocks trying to find it. All things drawn towards the self prove when obtained to be but the mirage of the desert. Isn't that funny? When you're going to try to get it, it's going to make you happy. When you get it, it has about the same validity as the mirage in the desert. You know, it can look so real out there. I've been driving across the desert and see a beautiful seashore with palm trees and even a big pretty boat in it. But when you get up there, it's just sand hills. It just all disappears. Come in. The anxiety to get for the self from without proves always disappointing. That's when we settle at one simple little statement which we throw around. You know, I don't think in these terms, these pretty words. Whenever I make anything important, I am anxious. You want to try that one out? Anytime you make anything important, whether it's to feel good or be happy or be helpful or contribute something great to the world or to be creative or all these wonderful things that people lay out that they just want. As long as you make it important, you will be anxious. Whenever I make anything important, I am anxious. When you see that nothing's important, it's just a very interesting, delightful thing set up here that life's running, why then you're not anxious. So the anxiety or the importance to get for the self from without proves always disappointing, because all realities radiate from within. Where does health come from? I radiate it out. Where does joy come from? You radiate it out. We have talked about that if you act a certain way, you begin to feel that way. In other words, you begin to radiate it, right? So if I act miserable, how will I feel? If I act very joyful and happy and delighted and see nothing but expressions of life around me, what am I radiating? What am I doing? I'm pushing it out. Health is from within only. All attempts to gain health from without are likened to the sun should it attempt to draw back light into itself. Can you imagine giving the sun a couple of pills? You know, so it'll work better. The thing's got spots on it. You know, it's got pimples. You know that every day. The thing's got pimples all over it. You imagine us getting us some good pills and shitting a big gun up and shooting them up there for it, get rid of its sunspots. It's got pimples on it, you know, probably ulcers. <clears throat> 'Such an attempt would, if it could succeed, result in darkness. When you do receive my health, whether I inspire one of my other bodies to draw it forth, or whether you are the self inspired with it, you will find it to be a fountain within thee, and not an external force which you can draw into you. You are not going to find the fountain of youth out there in Florida or New Mexico or Alabama or any other glorious spot in the country. You're not going to find health in a bottle or in a pills or in anything else. It'll come from within, or you won't know about it. And it comes from within when you begin to express health, but most people express illnesses. As I said, you ask, how are you, and you get an organ recital. All that you are has been given out. If therefore you give not anything, you, the self, are not that thing. To be anything is to possess that thing. So I say unto you that you have nothing but what you are. Yet you are I, myself, and therefore do possess all things. Herein is the sixth mystery. You own everything that you care to express. You want love? Express it. Then you have it. You want joy? Express it. You have it. You want peace? Express it. You have it. You want wealth? Express it. You have it. You want energy? Express it, and you have it. Whatever you could come up. You only have that which you care to express. And you already have it, because life is what you really are, and life is all things, if you will, but express it. Now, it's not going to run away with you. It'll let you sit there and listen to the nod eyes and be mournful and miserable and pathetic and really need sympathy from nobody else. You can give it to yourself, can't you, man? You won't believe it, but you are. My wealth is the possession of all things. Gold unused is not wealth. You can't eat it, wear it, play with it, much of anything else. All you can do is leave it sitting around, huh? Silver or lands or houses or raiment, not one of these is wealth unless used. Got to use it, or it's no good to you. Is that right? You could have a closet full of beautiful gowns, and if you didn't wear them, there might as well have been paper, old cut-up newspaper patterns hanging in there. Is that right? Wouldn't do you any more good one way or the other. Had millions of dollars all stored up in money market funds, where you could be just as poor as you could be, still be eating out of garbage cans. Most people don't eat out of garbage cans physically, they do mentally, but... So I say unto you that use is the only wealth. I think that is worthwhile remembering. Use is the only wealth. If I don't express happiness, what's the use of having it, huh? I couldn't say I had it unless I expressed it or used it. Not one of anything is wealth until used. So I say unto you that use is the only wealth. He who spends a small silver piece with a free hand is wealthier in that moment than he who has hoarded millions and used them not. All right. You went out and spent you a quarter for something and really enjoyed it, and the other man got millions and he had to hang on to it, and he's afraid to spend it because something might happen to him. Who had the most wealth? Who is the wealthiest at the moment, huh? Not who has it, but who is the wealthiest? The man who's enjoying his quarter. The divine sense of wealth is from within and radiates outward. It's not from numbers on the outside radiating inward. Divine sense of wealth is from within and radiates outward. It is not helped nor hindered by external circumstances. It isn't hindered by having a few $1 million laying around. It isn't helped either. No problem there. Neither debts and slavery nor piles of gold and mastery over others at all affects life. Doesn't do a thing for it. Doesn't affect your sense of wealth at all. If you feel rich, you give out that feeling, and freely giving whosoever you do feel like giving. So if you really feel wealthy, man, it's pretty liberal. Is that right? But if you feel poor, no matter how many millions you got, you're hard up. But giving with a desire to accomplish some purpose is not free giving, is not a sign of my inward wealth. Now that one, you know, if you give in order to get a write-off, why, you really wasn't giving. You was just maneuvering a little bit. I have a lot of people call me up and says, you got a non-profit corporation or something, I'll give you some money. That's so they get a write-off. But you know, I said, no, I don't have those things. Just drop it on me. I'll spend it. Oh, well, I don't get a write-off then for just giving it to you. Well, now then that kind of gets down to where the giving is, do you see? There's no giving when you're just going to get a write-off. That's just maneuvering uncle. Hoping you can maneuver a little bit out of him, isn't that right? What's wrong with just giving somebody something if you want to? I think the post is, if you don't want to give, we want to get a write-off. You see, there's a difference. So then we can say I give, but really, oh, I didn't give. I bought myself a write-off from what is on a tax-deductible item. But giving with a desire to accomplish some purpose is not free giving and is not a sign of this inward wealth, this feeling of wealth. Whatever the purpose may be, whether it is to alter the circumstance of others for their good as you see it, or to satisfy those who make a demand upon thee, or to put others under an obligation. That's pretty good. But, you know, you give somebody something, now they're obligated to you. They got to give you something back. Give me something after all. Look at the way you treated me. After all I have given you. That is to put people under demands. That's, you know, making people sign a promissory note without them knowing they did so. That's really trickery. Put others under an obligation to you, or to obtain the world's praise for the generosity you express. That is a good one too. Yet it is the purpose, and the giving is done to accomplish your own will, and is not free giving, but is a buying of something. Whether you're buying approval, whether you're buying obligation on somebody, or whether you're buying a write-off, or whatever it is, it's still buying. It is not giving. Yet do I not forbid you to buy thus. You can buy all you want to. Life's not going to tell you not to. It's not going to forbid you to do anything. For until you can be free, you must be bound. Not because life's going to bind you, but because you want to take the strings off. If then you have the thought that love can be... If you have the thought that happiness consists in outward things, or can it be obtained through them, you know, new cars, new homes, new clothes, trips, and etc., and all the other little prestige items, then it's kind of kidding. If you have the thought that happiness consists in outward things, or can be obtained through them, you do thus create for the self a torment of unhappiness. And how? If you have the thought that health is to be obtained from without, from diet or medicine or influence, and do therefore endeavor to draw health towards the self, then you do cause the condition you call sickness. And it can be not only get sick from trying to be healthy, but you can get sick from trying to be happy. It all works on any of those things, if you want to call them that. Anything you're struggling to get, which is going to make you happy or healthy or wealthy or wise, when you try to get it, will usually have the effect of making you rather sickish, to say the least. My law is a mystery unto you, because I say you live in what you do radiate, and you die in what you call towards yourself, what you're trying to call into the self. Herein is this mystery, that getting destroys and giving giveth life. That's the mystery here. Getting destroys, giving gives life. So we'll just put it up there now. So getting destroys. That's the struggle to get. Giving gives life. That's life with a little s. That's continuation, going on, light, all those things at one go. That getting destroys and giving gives life. Call suffering unto you, and behold, it loses its power to hurt you. Now come on, do your bit. I'm free to have all the discomfort and all these things, and you know it's not. If I'm free to be miserable, you just can't stay miserable very long. Did you ever freely try to worry up a storm about something? What happened? It just falls apart right there in your hand. You can't even do nothing with it. So if you're free to die, you know, you're still alive. But if you're trying not to get dead, then there's a death around every corner, isn't there? Hanging everywhere. There's poisons, and there's filth in the air, and there's destruction in the food and the water, all sorts of things. It's just terrible. Call suffering unto you, and behold, it loses its power to hurt you. Call happiness unto you, and it loses its power to please you. You're trying to get happy, and you get all the things going to make you happy, and they don't please anymore after you get them. Give suffering unto others, and it eateth into your own heart. Give happiness unto others. Sing unto them a song of gladness and joy, and it shall fill the heart with the beauty and sweetness of my love. You know, you can't make anybody else happy, but you sure can pour a lot of pleasant stuff around them. Sing them a song. You don't have to know a note to do that. You can sing a song, you can purr around there pretty good anyway. But if you run up and give them your organ recital, hoping they will be sorry for you, they walk away. You have no wisdom of your own until you hear my voice speaking from within the heart outward. And you know, you really can have that happen to you, that you don't know what to say, and you open your mouth and comes out a bit of wisdom. You even get to listen to it, so that's pretty nice too. Let that voice speak. In that hour you shall open the mouth, and I will speak through it, and you shall live in the wisdom that it gives out. Now that's only when you don't know what ought to be, and you open your mouth. That's as in the scripture in the New Testament. The man said, if you're called up before the judges, don't prepare your piece as to what you're going to say. Just go down and open your mouth, it'll come out all right. Yet it was my will that you should have long sought for love, trying to obtain it from without you, and failing. You know, that's the only way you're going to find out anything, is through experience. So it was wonderful that all of us went out searching that we would feel love by finding somebody to love me. I'd be happy if I just had somebody to love me. I've said to a lot of people that have told me that sad story, said I'd just be so happy if somebody would love me. And I said, well, are you lovable? It would hurt you a little bit to be a little lovable once in a while, you know. Usually somebody will love you if you're lovable. That seem reasonable? And maybe you'd have so much fun being lovable you wouldn't know where they left you, and I wouldn't care. Trying to obtain it without the failing. It was my will that you should have eagerly searched for happiness, only to find that such a search is the only unhappiness. Again, you learn from experiencing, not because somebody told us so. We really learn from getting out there and living with it. But maybe, if all you're searching for happiness, you'd finally catch on to the joke. You know, you can have a practical joke played on you enough times, you finally learn not to bite. So it's a big practical joke to try to find love and happiness and wisdom and all these things out there. When you find out that the longer you struggle from them, the only thing keeps them from being there, it looks like we catch on to the joke. Mac, are you old enough to remember snipe hunts?
Oh, yeah.
Did you ever stand on one?
Butt of one.
Huh?
I was the butt of one, yeah.
One.
Yeah, one.
It's been going on ever since the day we was born. Don't you see that? You've been on more snap hunts.
Still got the bag.
You still holding the bag, yes. While those other guys are going out there and beat the bushes and run the snap in the sack while you stand out there all night waiting for them. Is that right? Are you catching on? That's what the whole world is. They're one big snipe hunt. They all stand around holding the bags. Can't you catch on to that? Huh? Okay. Well, maybe you would finally catch on to that. It was my will that you should seek health in vain among all the exterior imagines of the brain, that you should run from here to there and go to Mayo's and back to Baylor and down to Houston. You know, the best place to go get well is a far distance. You know that. You know, people in California go to the East Coast. They go to Johns Hopkins. People over there come out to California to go to Pritkin's Institute. I had an old gent, very wealthy old man, come in last week. And he come from Connecticut out to Pritkin's. Well, you know, all Pritkin does is starve you and walk you. And you can do that anywhere. Pritkin had taken his booze away from him and his cigars away from him, so he come to visit me. So I took him to lunch and he had 2 martinis and 2 cigars. He said, God, that feels good. And I said, you'll be back in the same boat before you get back up here you were before you left Pritkin, you know, before you left Connecticut. So, you know, you're going to find it somewhere. So, was it in him? He was feeling fine as long as he wasn't killing himself. It's simple. He didn't caught on. He's still on snipe hunt. And it was my will that prompted you to think that wealth consisted in getting. Another snipe hunt. Excuse me. So I have called you that you may know by failure and heartburnings that you cannot obtain anything from without you, and that you might struggle to be strong and thus develop the organs of the mind and the body to be fit to perfectly express my perfect love, my perfect happiness, my perfect health, my perfect vitality, and my perfect wisdom from within. Now you already got it, but you standing out in the swamp and the canebrake and a little narrow hog trail, holding a sack waiting for somebody to run the snipe in it. Huh? Is that right, Mac?
Then you'd have the wrong size bag, right?
Well, no doubt they'd run out before you could shut it. Take the gift where you will. If you give it freely, you can only give it unto the self. If you give out something, you actually give it to you. So if you radiate health, you're the one that's getting healthy, not all those other jerks that's not entitled to it out there. It's just you. If you're expressing happiness, it's you that gets the happiness. The others may be amused, laugh for a few minutes, but they'll go back to morning for morning. So you only give it to yourself. Give in order to receive a blessing, if you will, but know that such giving is not giving at all in my sight. Now you can tell people, you know, they give them an order. Get with it. Feel good. Don't have anything. Given to the preacher different views of my truth to help the view you see is right, if you will, but know that such giving is really to serve your own purpose and accomplish your own will and is not giving at all. You know, if you give to the preacher to go out and convert the world to your viewpoints, you know, so you won't have to bother with it, just give him a few thou. You're really doing it for yourself. You're not giving anything. You're buying more of your way, is that right? You know what you ought to have, so you're trying to buy it. You buy your way. More Ida. You know, you ever go to Mexico? You know about it down there, don't you? If you want some little favor from any official, you leave some coins around when you shake his hand, preferably long green ones, and you get it done. That's called morida. And you didn't give him a gift, you was buying something. He treats it as a gift, non-taxable. You freely gave it to him under duress if you wanted to get it done. I require no man to give.
Life doesn't care. If you give because you think it will please me, know that I'm already pleased, so you don't get anything done there, okay? So if you think, well, this will please life if I go out and give something, forget it. Life's already pleased with you, and you're not going to influence it that way. And nothing which you can do can alter my pleasure, nor can cause my displeasure. In other words, you're not going to upset life, okay? Do as you will. You have all favor in my sight now, and I would not have you do anything with the object of gaining my favor. You know, there's a prayer we've told people sometimes to try to get the point across a little bit, that we say that the perfect prayer is that you say, O Lord, if I serve you because I desire to gain a heaven, deny it to me. And if I serve you, O Lord, to escape a hell, throw me in. Now, if you can do that, why you are not really trying to do anything for a purpose, you know. One man said, I said that prayer because you told it to me, and he did throw me in. That really wasn't the way it worked, but anyway, that's the way he saw it. Give love to obtain love from others if you will, but know that what you give with an object is not love but desire. So if you go out and I'm going to love all these people so they'll love me, you're just horse trading. And you probably will lose because they may not want to exchange for your horse. No, so you might as well keep it to yourself. That which you love for a purpose is blighted unto you by that desire. If you love it because it will do this for you or that for you or other thing, it's already destroyed. It's blighted, as he's already said. That has lost all you have loved if the love has been only a desire to keep them. Learn then this sixth mystery, that thou live only in what you radiate. We put it here, getting destroys and giving gives life, which is that you're living in or dying in one or the other. So everything you have is in what you radiate. Now, is it fairly easy to radiate whatever you would choose to do so? But most of us never think about radiating or giving it out. We think about getting. Is that right? We are a getting society. We have been taught from infancy that if you get enough things and situations and circumstances, you'd be healthy and respectable. Is that right? If you own your own home, you can get credit and so forth, you know. If you can pass the test, you can get credit. And you may not have any credit if you don't do all properly. Is that correct? So then it's quite free that we can have whatever you radiate. Now let's all kind of check up once in a while to see what I want to radiate. Now, that's no certain thing. You can radiate whatever you want to, but it might be interesting to find out what we are radiating. You suppose, man? Okay. Any more questions, comments, what have you here? We're going to take a break for a few minutes, and then we will proceed to number 7, huh? Now, this one that's coming up sounds kind of peculiar, but I will give a little preliminary if I may. It is the mystery of humiliation. Now, the only thing that ever needs to be humiliated or can be humiliated is the self, which is all these little complainer and sticker up for rights and the blamer and the pleaser and the court of authority and the self-improver. Now, we can either humiliate it by ignoring it. You know, that's the biggest humiliation you give is ignore somebody on the street or whatever. Just, you become a no person, you know. So we can either do that now, or we can let it go on and on until it's forcibly done. Now, I choose to humiliate the not I's right away. Ignore them. Act like they're no people. That really humiliates them. Now, if it don't, they will take you through a lot of humiliations. If you want to do it the hard way,
More power to you. If you want to do it the easy way, that's wonderful too. But one way or the other, it will happen if you continue along attempting to be in a conscious in person. Why, one way or the other, the humiliation will come along. The easy way is to ignore the not eyes, which humiliates them, because that's the only thing that's going to be humiliated is the not eyes. But you see, most of us identify with them, and so we wind up with lots of humiliations. Right, Mary? Getting better. All right. Might as well stop it, and then it's not getting any better. It's gone. Okay, so we will go through this one with that little preliminary that the only thing that ever is humiliated is the not eyes. If you identify with them, with the complainer and the sticker up for rights and the blamer and the pleaser and the quoter of authority and the self-improver, then the whole thing will be experience humiliation. The seventh mystery is the mystery of humiliation. Before I make you conscious of myself, I cause you to struggle with the sense of separate existence. You see, the not eyes are separate. They feel I, and I have a mind, I have a body, and God's off in the heavens somewhere wearing a purple throne, got a yellow pad making marks on me. But, 1, 2, 3, 4. But that's gets a pretty separate feeling of existence. You pray to something off in the wild blue yonder, and you wonder if it heard you. Really, life is so here that it can't not hear. It does everything you say you want to do. So before I make you conscious of myself, I cause you to struggle with the sense of separate existence. When the sense of separate existence is overcome, then you can be conscious of me. So when you realize that there is nothing that can say I, that is real, not eyes, that the only thing that can really say I is the awareness function of X, and the function is not a separate thing, it's only a function that's something that really exists. So you could be over it right now if you choose to look at it. So when all this sense of separate existence is gone, then there can be conscious of me. And that struggle will have developed the organ of the mind so that consciousness will be a great joy unto you. Now, if there was consciousness probably without anything, it would not be a joy. But if you've been through all this struggle, well, then it is a tremendous joy. Now, to overcome the sense of separate existence, you must be humbled. That's that which identifies with the not eyes. That individuality which seems to you to be yours exclusively is really mine, not yours. That sense of deserving which you have applies only to me, not to you. You know, you feel you really deserve to be treated a lot better than you are, and you deserve to feel better, have more things, and be treated nicer, right? You deserve that. How come? I don't know. You not only deserve it, you're entitled to it. You were born. Huh? Who are you apart from me? In other words, what would be left if life departed from one of these bodies here today? What's left? Nothing. Huh?
A corpse.
Stinky mess. Got to get rid of somewhere. It's very expensive to dispose of them these days, too. So what are you other than that life which dwells in this body? What are you? Nothing. Now, maybe that'd be easy to get through our heads to do that. Just imagine if X says, it takes a ride this afternoon, fires up its helicopter and takes a run, what's left? Nothing. Okay. Learn that there is no such person as the self. Learn that I and I alone exist and emanate the body. That I and I alone do all things that the body does. X does it all. It digests the food, walks, talks, eats, sleeps, the whole smear. We don't know how to do it. Did you ever try to force yourself to sleep at night? Huh? Didn't work, did it?
Talking about last night. We went fast last night.
Learn, too, that I take the responsibility upon myself for all that the body has done, is doing, or will ever do. So you don't have anything to worry about, okay? To another age I gave this mystery of my responsibility for all things by the symbol of the cross, teaching them that I took their sense of guilt upon myself and purged it upon the cross. But Christ said he took the sins of the world on. He was responsible for all of it. Then he got rid of it. So he left you and me scot-free, huh? So if you will take it, you don't have anything to be guilty now. Life says it took it all, that all the body has done, is doing, or will ever do. Okay, so you don't have anything to fret about. But unto you I give the mystery of humiliation, teaching you that you are nobody at all. Period. I is a no thing. Not a nothing, a no thing. That's what the word nothing means, isn't it? A no thing. That you are nobody at all, and it is I who live in the body. X is the one who lives there, and that sense of separate existence is only a dream. Like a grasshopper dreaming his man, or a man dreaming his grasshopper, you know. You can have no guilt, and you can have no merit, so don't pat yourself on the back or feel how terrible you are. You're neither. Period. Now, that in you which thinks it is a person shall suffer humiliation after humiliation until it dies, leaving the body free to enjoy me. Now, we might as well let that not I clam die today, because I am not separate. I am nothing, I am a no thing, only X lives in this body, and this idea of personality that I'm separate from life, and I can tell it what to do. You know, did you ever go to church and the preacher gets up and prays, Lord, have it rain, and Lord, get the floods out of the way, and Lord, cure all the sick, and Lord, do this, and Lord, do that, like he didn't know enough to get in out of the rain, so they have to tell him. Can you imagine that? That really takes audacity. Humiliation. You can see the necessity of it in cases like that. Many prayed, Lord, make us humble. Yet when I visit them with humiliation, they recognize not my hand. You know, it's like the guy that prayed, oh Lord, give me patience and do it now. Humiliation is the most painful thing the pride can suffer, yet must it suffer before it can die, because as long as it gets all of its way and everything goes on. So it seems that it would be to our advantage to give it the suffering, you know, and just say you're a no being, you're a nothing, you're a not I, and you don't belong to me, and you don't have anything. I know people say, my not I's do this and do that. They even claim the damn things. Has the pride hopes that it shall save the personality? Oh yeah, everybody wants the personality. That's why, you know, a lot of folks believe in reincarnation. It means you ain't going to get rid of me all that easy. I'm going to come back and haunt you next time around, and so forth. This person is inconceivable to many people that the personality, which is nothing but the not I's, could ever cease to exist. And it is going to cease to exist. You can do it the hard way or the easy way. That it shall find favor, gain power, as it hopes that it shall be judged good, or that it will live forever. Learn this, that there is no hope for the not I's. In deep humiliation, the self shall die and pass away, and I alone shall live. So let's get that kind of straight, because none of us is going to hang in here is the personality. Now, if we get rid of the personality, all sorts of possibilities are open, but as long as it sits there, it's a bunch of foolishness. Yet has the imagining of the personality been good for the body, for it has developed the organ of the brain, which shall hereafter become conscious of me, the one infinite personality. You think that the personality dwells in the body and is more important than the body. But I will hereafter reveal unto you that I am caring for the body, and have provided it with a proud sense of personality to develop it, and that when the body is developed, so that it shall have no further need of that proud sense, I will send thee deep humiliation.
So let's get rid of it now so we don't have to put up with the deep part of it. But the whole bit is that personality is only education, pure conditioning, and has absolutely nothing you need. Now, life says it has used it to strengthen the body because of all the turmoil, and it made you stronger by having it. And you appreciate getting along without it. But it has purely bit of conditioning. Had we grown up in a country where it was wonderful to eat and that we had to hide away in a little private room when we eat, and that we could do all the bodily functions out in public, we'd be very humiliated if somebody saw us eating. Is that right? Now, it would have been just as easy to have put on you as anything else. Right? Now, in certain areas in this world, in medical school, while the boys could take their shirts off, the girls could only expose their backs. Now, had it been turned around that the men only could expose their backs and the girls could throw the whole, let it all hang out, that would have been all right. One of the little butterflies come in. That's what Lake Whitney is known for, is butterflies. It would be just as easy if you stopped to think about it. You could have been conditioned any way it was. You were conditioned to speak English when you were born. It could have been just as easily you'd have been conditioned to talk Chinese or Japanese or something, and you would have felt that English sounds real weird. Even your name sounds weird sometimes, don't it, Tina? What, Tina?
Well, if the personality doesn't exist.
Oh, it exists as an illusion, yeah.
Okay, if it exists as an illusion, then what makes us all so different? Why is it that, she's different than me and we're all...
We've been through that all the time here. Everybody is built different. But the conditioning is about the same in everybody. Thank goodness there is an infinite personality. Infinite means without end, doesn't it? So this body will express one way, and that body expresses another way, and that body expresses another way, this one another way, and that one over here another, because all these bodies are different, and they will express differently when only life runs it. Yeah, infinite personality. All these personal ones, they're so similar, it's unbelievable. I can make almost everybody fight at me by saying the same group of words at them with the same tone. Now, see, I can say a word with one tone and you purr, and I say the same word with another tone and your claws come out, Tina. That part's pretty standard, isn't it? That's pretty standard. But the real person will all be different, and they're spontaneous and totally unpredictable, okay? Because each one of us is different from anybody else. Bodies are different, and X expresses through those bodies as they are. I will send thee deep humiliation. Then shall that proud sense be brought low and die. In other words, the not eyes will die. So when any humiliation comes to thee, let the personality tremble, for its end is near. But let the body rejoice, for its freedom is at hand. That's nice, isn't it? You think that you have an aspiration to do good or to benefit mankind. I run into all kinds of people that know they have a great mission if the Lord would just let them in on it, what they can do for the world. I tell them the best thing they can do is shut up. But all desires, ambitions, and aspiration are of the personality and shall die with it. When it dies, all these great aspirations to do well and to cure the world of all of its ills and to really do a great mission will all die with it. Thank goodness. We won't have to be bothered with all the do-gooders then. Many pray, Lord, if thou sendest wealth, I will use most of it to benefit others to thy glory. That is, until I get it. After that, I'll use it for myself. That's just a gimmick to try to get him to give it to you. Indeed, would you help me to develop and benefit mankind? Do you know better than I do what others need, and would you supply unto others that which I have withheld from them? You're going to go straighten out and interfere in the work of life to benefit and take everybody. One of the greatest things to do is mind our own business.
That wish is simply the personality trying to assert itself. Yet let it try and let it fail, reaping humiliation from all of its efforts and bringing humiliation to others. For thus do I use it to develop the body and also those other bodies. So you see that all these people's out saving the world. Out in California, everybody's in the people saving business these days. Are they here too? There's one little magazine put out in San Diego called Holistic Living. And everybody has an ad how they're going to save you. I suppose there is at least 200 ads every paper comes out. Everybody's going to save you in their way. Then, thank goodness, to balance it, there's a little magazine put out same day called Woof. Woof. And it pokes a little fun at all these holes, and kind of keeps the balance going. There's a little fun. You can see what a joke all this crap is, So, I think every community should have a Woof. Should have a Woof magazine. They have ads in it that are FACO ads, but they offer all these great and wondrous things, that everybody else offers. Only it is a little bit humiliating to the others. So that is where I think life is running Woof. It humiliates the others. They end the first personality. This seventh mystery is very hard for the conceit to learn, but when you shall have suffered the humiliation yet in store for you, it will be a season full of joy. For behold, you will be free of that conceit, and the body will be an instrument of my joy alone. If you cannot yet receive these words, it is well that you should reject them. Please. The present pride is as much my work as the humiliation will be. So we build me up for a sit-down, and fine. For the body is well. It is well that pride rules with its ambitions and desire until it works its power upon you. When its work is perfected, then shall cast it off, and the body shall arise from the death of the pride, strong to express me. This is the story of the phoenix, the bird that's burned up and out of the ashes arrives. The false personality goes by its wayside, and the real personality is born from the ashes of it. So the only way the real I, or that infinite personality will arise, which is different in everybody, but will be very, very much expressing, radiating life, love, truth, health, etc., can only arise out of the ashes of the false personality, the not I's, being destroyed. The only way they can destroy is humiliation. Now, that's one thing they can't stand, is to be laughed at. They get very upset. Now, as long as they can scare you, frighten you, or you want to fight with them, they're in pig heaven. But if you laugh at them, they are in a mess. So it is well to laugh at them for yourself. Now, if you laugh at them and somebody else, you may not live to get rid of yours. So we will take another here, and without any further break, in the eighth mystery, I got the seventh one as humiliation. The not I's must die, period.
Dr. Bob, it's like the man had the acorn in his pocket. He said, this acorn is going to be a mighty oak, but it's not going to be unless it gets out of my pocket.
Right. And these is in the pocket, so it won't be any oak. So it is humiliation. Humiliation is the way we laugh at the not I's. They can't bite you. They just carry on and make a lot of fuss and frighten people and everything. They're really bullies. Okay, we will start then with the eighth mystery, is the mystery of regeneration. Now, regeneration means a rebuilding or a renewing or a new life or being born anew, etc. You cannot obtain this mystery by striving, nor by study, nor by belief. Believe all you want to, study all you want to, it won't be there. It shall be a growth of the character of the body.
That's the only way it comes about. Unless you have suffered the 7 first mysteries in the body and has left the body free to be controlled by me, you cannot feel in the body this 8th mystery. So these others are essential for this one to happen, or, as I told you, I believe, when we started, one of them that you would really recognize because they carry all the others with them. So if regeneration can only happen, you can't say, well, I'm going out and regenerate myself, because all you do is screw it up. In past times I revealed unto my people the mystery of generation, not regeneration, generation and marriage, and sanctified the bodily union of the married unto generation, that by generation after generation I might develop a body capable of regeneration. There seems to be that life has a purpose to finally build, create, develop, do R&D on, or whatever, until it has a body which can fully express life, immortal, an immortal being, a living being with immortality. It seems that's its purpose, and it says so here, that in times past it seemed to generation, which was to keep on developing bodies after bodies, generation after generation, while it experimented on them and worked on them and used the things it's been telling us about here, until that the end result was to build a body that would directly regenerate. You know, wheel wrecks would all of a sudden start going back the other way, you know, reverse the procedure until it would be regenerated. And in that case, then, we would have come up with the body who can be immortal, a living being, life expressed through a body consciously with immortality. Now, if we try to get that, I guarantee you we won't. But it says it could happen. Okay, so let's see if we can allow it to happen, but not try to make it happen.
Well, does that mean, say, 1,000 years ago that couldn't have been?
I would imagine that's probably about right. There's all 6 then. There wasn't any of them built up capable of regeneration, but at on a given time. Maybe they could have been, I don't know, but there's only been a few apparently that could be regenerated, but at least you and I are lucky enough to live in a time where it could happen. Okay? If you have not developed the 7 first mysteries in the body, this mystery of regeneration is not for you. All right, don't even bother with it. Then it is well for you to cling steadfastly to the ancient mystery of marriage and generation, rearing children to love and tenderness and the sacred, true, and faithful marriage relationship. In other words, generation is necessary as well as regeneration. For when you are inspired by me and have cast aside is no longer part of the nature all desire and fear, and all striving after your own pleasure, then the marriage will reveal unto you the holy mystery of regeneration. Herein is this mystery, that the body will not act the same when inspired wholly by love as it did aforetime when governed by desire. That I think you can observe without any big hassle. When it is inspired by love, it will strive only for the pleasure of the mate and no longer for its own pleasure. Might be there's a byproduct, but it won't be the striving. Then the sacred distillation of the strength will not spin, but will be distilled unto the renewing of youth. Now, that's something I don't think too many people have seen, have you? That you've seen somebody that was an old wreck and they turned around and regenerated into a youthful-looking person. I have had the occasion to see that in some degree, and so I know what it's talking about, and that it is within the realm of possibility, and is not some fantasy. You will not suddenly enter the life of regeneration, and says you won't do that suddenly. The body will not change completely when the first inspiration of unselfish love comes unto you. Many times shall the old feeling of desire come back to you, but ever will I aspire thee more and more with the sweet patience of my pure love, And you will more and more realize the life that I am living within you. And it is beginning to realize that life lives in this body, not the not eyes, that it is doing everything, and that becomes more and more and more certain. And as it does, more and more regeneration takes part. Regeneration is very much like generation. It starts at very little and grows into a full being. It doesn't just big blap. So you go to bed looking like an old wreck and wake up the next morning cutie. It won't quite do it that way. It grows. Do you say, the mate which I have taken is not now my ideal? You shall then see that the mate is the best one for you, and that I have myself provided such a mate for you, that I might teach you unselfish love. For I will inspire the heart with love, that you will ask for no return, no faithfulness, no kindness, no support. And I will give thee such joy in that love, that the body will be glorified and rejuvenated. That seems a little strange, but only in some sort of a relationship where there is love without desire does it say that regeneration takes place. Where there is love radiating, not being sought for. Being sought for and trying to get it seems to be degenerating. As long as the heart is not ready for the inspiration of my love, a lot of people say, well, that sounds all right, but that damn if I'm going to pray for somebody, don't do so and so and so and so, so. Mm-hmm. You will seek to obtain love from others and will be dissatisfied with what you do obtain. Isn't that funny? For you can only love in the love radiated from within the own body. That's the only love you really live in, is that which you radiate. But when the fullness of my life shall come unto you, you shall rejoice in the mate thou hast, and shall love that one with a gladness that shall triumph over every fault. First place, there wouldn't be any fault. If I see you as not having any faults, you haven't got any. Is that right? That's how it's used to see. For a selfish mate gives thee the opportunity to be unselfish. And a lot of other people give you that too. Also, a cross mate gives thee the opportunity to be sweet-tempered. You can be sweet-tempered anyway, but only when you got somebody that's kind of cross once in a while does it really help. Is that right? You like to be around cross people? Or what happens to you when you're around cross people? Right, they control you. But if it was life living totally, that's the false personality gets all cross. But if they are, so they get cross, so you just be nice to them. So what? It's really not all that difficult. You can be sweet to them. Yet have patience and know that if you are not... So it is well for you to cling to the ancient sacrament of marriage in the days of desire and in the days of inspiration, for it shall be unto you a trial and yet a joy, and out of it will grow the real strength. Yet I do not command you to heed these words. You don't pay attention to them if you don't want to. For my message is only what you can receive. And if you do not believe these words to be my message, yet then shall the disbelief have some effect upon you, and whatever the effect upon you may be, that is my message to you. So, some words just had some kind of a message to you, didn't it? What? Some words, it's possible for the human being to regenerate. You wouldn't have to, most useful people could regenerate a whole lot. So we'll just put as the 8th one is regeneration. And we're going to run out of space, so we're going to have to quit. The blackboard's only got room for about one more on here. So that'll be IX. So we'll do that one. What time do we start tonight, Miss Marcy? 8 o'clock tonight. Okay.
Between 6 and 6:30.
And the shindig's between 6 and 6:30. It's 4:30. We'll quit in a few minutes. Regeneration. We got that done. Now we'll go to 8. 9. The 9th mystery is the mystery of freedom. Now that's what we're all here in it. We want to be free, huh? To prepare you for freedom, I have sold you into slavery. You know, you have read the story about Exodus and all that stuff. Those people never thought about freedom, hadn't been slaves for a while, you see. So we've all been sold into slavery to all sorts of things, and we'll get out of it maybe. To prepare you for freedom, I have sold you into slavery. You were born a slave and raised a slave. Even when you did awake and knew yourself for a slave, I did not at once deliver thee. Now, how many of us have really ever discovered that we're truly slaves? Have you, man? You're a slave. You have kids, huh? You know, kids born in this world immediately has a couple of slaves. From slavery unto slavery have I brought you, that you might at last be free. When I sent you any measure of physical freedom, I sent you change for the mind to go along with it. So you got some physical freedom, you got some change on the mind. As you grew up, you could run around a little further, then something tied your head down. That in you which you call in the individuality was not capable of freedom. It was either a slave to the desires, or to what you thought were the opinions of others, or to what you thought was the conscience. Now, you've been a slave trying to keep the conscience from biting you, and it went along. It was really a rough slave master, wasn't it? Is that right? So we've been a slave to it. And we've wanted to know what others expected of us, and we wondered what'll people think, so we've been a slave to that one, their opinion. And we've been a slave to all the desires for wealth and fame and prestige and attention and approval, and we have worked our little arms off trying to be sure that we got attention and approval and no disapproval. Is that right? We worked at it. So we've been slaves. Is that fairly easy? And we are slaves until this day. Environment has educated you into habits of action and habits of thought, and you have been a slave to these habits. We talked about those a while ago. You got a habit of eating a certain time of day, going to bed a certain time of day, and then going to work at a certain time of the day. All these things. We're slaves to them. Is that right? They control, direct. Even now, certain chains hang about you called aspiration and ambitions. That's the one that really binds you down. You're going to be a great spiritual being or something, and you can really get yourself tied up with that knot. Or you're going to be a great and famous person, or have a lot of money, and that'll tie you down pretty tight, huh? You're going to help people. I said I've been selling things all my life, and I've sold some pretty far out things. Some invisible things that people bought. But the hardest thing to sell is well-being. That's the hardest sell there is. Even if you sell it for $1, sell it cheap. Doesn't matter what. It's the hardest thing to get people to buy is well-being. You ever notice that? I can sell a little square on a map on the wall for $7,000, $20,000 cash. It represents a piece of real estate way off in the desert somewhere. People buy that. Pay you for it, Mac. But they won't feel good. Even though you show them how it's so simple as 1, 2, 3. It's the hardest thing in the world to sell somebody on feeling good. Why is that, you suppose? Why is it so hard to sell it? Now, I make a good pitch for it, too. I'm a pretty good pitchman.
Take over.
Well, I wasn't trying to sell them anything. I was trying to sell the person on getting rid of them. I wasn't talking to them in the first place. Now, they want you to feel bad, all right. That in you which you just call the person individuality, was not capable of freedom, was either slave to the desires or to what you thought was the opinion of others, to what you now thought was the conscience. That's the big one. Environment has educated you into habits, and you've been educated to those. Have you broken all the old chains which bound you unto my mysteries of long ago, yet are you not free? Have you suffered the crucifixion of desire and the humiliation of defeat? Have you given up unto me all desire for that which you think would be good? Have you decided you don't know what's good and what's bad, and you've got to get all of it? Yet perchance thou art still in slavery to your own opinions. That's a good one to be in slavery to, is your own opinions. Oh, man. My freedom is the freedom of the heart and shines forth brightest when environment seems most to enchain. Don't pay any attention to the environment. Herein is this mystery, that freedom is not external, nor in any wise dependent upon the action or thoughts of others. He who is forcibly tamed and does not mind it, who takes all external things as he finds them and sees no fault in them, partakes of my freedom. In other words, is this man we mentioned earlier today that said he had discovered one thing, in whatever state he was, to therein to be content. So now, if you lock the door on me and tell me I've got to stay in here, and I said, well, fine, it's rather comfortable in here, I'll soon be here as anywhere else. Have you got me locked up? Are you kidding yourself? As long as I'm free to be here. I know a guy that put in jail one time for some infraction of political law. He hadn't committed any violence to anybody or anything, and they put him in jail for some failure to keep up with all the regulations that was passed out. And he said, well, fine, if you want to keep me here, you'll feed me and you're housing me. I'm going to do the same thing here I was outside anyway. I'm going to sit and meditate. So he sat cross-legged and meditated. And he sat there. And they brought his groceries and fed him every day, and he got up and ate and sat down to do his meditation. You know how long they kept him in there? They couldn't punish him. So they threw him out. He was ruining the morale of the whole prison. You know. He had all the other guys thinking they weren't being punished there in a few minutes, you know. So if that ever got out and everybody found it, and everybody found out, as long as I'm free to be here, you're not punishing me, you see, it would wreck the whole penal system. So they got him out of there in a hurry. So suppose they threw a guy in for robbing banks, and he said, well, I just needed some time to meditate, so I'm going to meditate here while you feed me. I don't even have to get up and go knock off a few stereo sets or anything this week to get groceries. I'll just meditate all week now. You give me a bed to sleep in, a roof over my head, and food. Now I'll meditate. Can you see how fast that would wreck the penal system? Huh? You're not punishing anybody. Unless the guy don't want to be there, you're not punishing him. Is that right? So we naturally got him out. So if any of you get in, well, sit there and say what you want. And you start meditating. You sit there and meditate. And so nobody's going to get you in any trouble. So freedom is from within. Now, if I'm free to do something, so shall we say that this mystery is I am free to experience whatever may arise today? This today, not tomorrow, anything. So this mystery is I am free to experience whatever may arise today. Now then, can you see that that is truly freedom? You're free to experience. All we are is an experiencing organism. If you're experiencing it freely, you're in no bondage. Is that correct? Huh? Now, if you're really free, can you free to experience a little discomfort, if discomfort is what should arise today? then the discomfort isn't punishing you or causing you any difficulty or anything else, is it? Are you free to experience boring people?
Okay.
I just wanted to see if I get to you there for a minute, Margie. Okay. Well, I said, are you free to?
Yeah.
Okay, then they can't bug you, do you see? Yes, it is well for you if you are enchained. The organ of the brain through which I shall afterwards express my perfect freedom can only be developed by the operation of the sense of slavery. In other words, you really couldn't get around to being free to experience whatever may arise unless you had gone through a long period of being totally unfree to experience what may arise today, unless it just happened to suit you. Is that right? And then you wanted to hang on to that and not let the other go. So again, we're back to what the man said. I found whatever, discovered one thing. To find whatever state I find myself in, to be therein content. Or I am free to experience whatever may arise today. So if it rains, fine. If clouds fall, fine. Sunshine, fine. People are nice to me, fine. If the restaurant's noisy, fine. If it's nice and quiet, fine. And on down the road, so what difference? So, it is in all my mysteries that the worse you do seem to be, the better it is for you. That's why all you folks who have been alcoholics and etc. are such wonderful people. You've been through that rat race. You know about it. It really. And I'm not whooping, I'm not making snide statements. That is a literal fact. You've been through something, now you know what it is to kind of fly clear once in a while. And yes. So when the world says you're in a mess, well, that's when it says life says you're better off. So it is in all my mysteries that the worse you do seem to be, the better it is for you. Are you painfully self-conscious? Then I'm developing the organ of the brain which I designed to use for expression the consciousness of me. I at one time was the most bashful of all people. That was horrible and painful. And I recognize what this statement means. It was really miserable. Now I don't know what it means. Okay. Are you fearful and afraid? Then I am developing the organ of the brain through which I will afterwards express my perfect courage. You know, you get enough of that stuff after a while, you quit. Do you suffer because you lack judgment? I'm using that suffering to develop the organ of the brain through which I will afterwards express my perfect wisdom and judgment. Now the great suffering and discipline which I stand into the mind of many is that they should not be able to see, the perfection of my laws. And that is probably very, very accurate, because you see the laws are usually that when you make anything important, you become anxious. It's wonderful you can't see that for a while. It really is kind of nice. And it really is nice to see that as long as you're struggling to be happy, there's no way to be happy. And the day you don't give a darn about being happy, you'll find you are. So it's wonderful you can't see all that for a while. Therefore I say unto you that you are blessed if you do suffer, for that suffering develops thee. It's a good exercise. And you are doubly blessed if you are afraid, for out of fear I will bring forth courage. But you're thrice blessed if you do suffer, and also are in fear, and also cannot see that it is I being born in the heart. All that comes about is the way life is born in your innermost being, so you're thrice blessed, 3 times blessed, if you see all. You see, that was some of the great beings through history have been called the 3-time blessed. They were blessed because they suffered, because they were afraid, and also because they were blind, that they couldn't see what was going on. For out of blindness I will bring sight. The darkest blindness shall develop the most glorious light. Behold, I am light shining forth from within you. And that light, you remember, we looked at was several different things. Love and health and wealth and joy and so forth and happiness. So that's that light. And it's shining forth from men, but we cover it up pretty heavy with all our good stuff, of the not eyes. My words come alike unto many, but it is not possible them to be understood by you until you are ready for that understanding. I think everybody here today is ready, or we wouldn't have been here. Herein is this mystery of freedom, that you are free to believe as you do choose, but you cannot believe anything in the heart until I have developed the body to the point where it needs such a belief. In other words, if the heart wasn't possible to believe in regeneration, there was no way you could accept it. I have thrown this out in many places and many different people, that it was possible for regeneration and life eternal to exist, and I have found that there is precious few that can accept it. So there's very few bodies prepared to that point yet. Most of them say, one guy says, who in the hell would want to live forever? He's already had it. He wanted out now. So obviously he wasn't interested in it. You are free from the environment, for I can adapt the heart to freely allow that other to have any opinion he chooses. So, you know, we don't have to fight other people's opinion. If they have an opinion, it's wonderful. If they have an opinion of this idea, of that idea, of reincarnation or soul sleep or transporting on flying saucers to other realms, it's all wonderful. It's just fine. I don't find any fault in it. Why not? That's a good idea. Believe in as any. Yet you are free to struggle against the environment and free to be influenced by another's opinion. Now you're free to do that, said. Pretty obvious, isn't it? I'm free to do anything, and I can choose what I want to do then. And herein is this mystery, that I call you by many voices, through slavery, fear, and doubt, that I may develop my expression, which is the body, unto freedom. So we could possibly say that the mystery in this, this one on freedom, is that we are free already to experience whatever may come along today without getting all torn up about it. Now then you're free. Is that right? Comes all into that. So everything that we've fought with and struggled made it possible when we see, well, I don't want to fight and struggle with that anymore. You've already been free to experience it now. You don't have to fight it anymore. Is that right? Then you're already free. So freedom can be very instantaneously, and I suppose that's what everybody has said they wanted more than anything else. But most people have approached freedom by trying to be free from something. If you want to be free from unhappiness, you'll never get it. If I wanted to get even into Whitney, not very far from here, is that right, my son? And I followed signs that said from Whitney, how long do you think it'd take me to get there? Huh? But if I followed signs that says to Whitney, I'm there in a few minutes. Is that right? Now, if I follow signs that says free from, I'm going away from freedom, free from want, free from fear, free from this. You know, we've been sold all this by institutions, that we're going to give you so many things that you'll be free from fear and free from want. Is that correct? That's what the Great Society is all about, is to give us things so we'll be free from the great things that we want to have freedom from. Now, if I'm free to do anything, I'm already free. So freedom follows the signs that says to, not from. So I am free to do anything, experience whatever may arise today. Now I'm totally free. But if I want to be free from even one thing, and even though it don't happen today, I'm still anxious about it. It might happen. Is that correct? So are you free to experience whatever may arise today, huh? Then you're a free individual. You're free, you're one. And life, not I, is expressing through you. See, the not I's in their urge to be never disturbed are the ones that wants to be free from things. And so we've struggled to be free from. That's the way we approach everything. You want to be free from being sick, free from being old, free from dying, free from being broke, free from being hassled. All these things. But the more you do, the more they're there. Is that correct? Okay. So let's take off. It's approximately 5 o'clock, and everything's working all right now. Now then, time to wire us together. Okay, we will start, and we have 2 little sessions to do tonight, and inasmuch as they're both reasonably short, we probably won't take a break, only maybe you can stand up and stretch or something like that. And no use running downstairs and have to walk back up the steps again. So we'll just do that, and then we'll visit around after that. Unto you who can receive it is given to know the mystery of religion. Now, religion is a subject that's been around since there's any history of mankind, and there's been many, many different ones, each one of which claims to be the one and only true religion. Now, of course, that's the one we all belong to, you know, the one and only true one. The rest of the people have been deceived. Each religion and creed which I have sent differs in doctrine and practice from every other. That is, at least on the surface. Will you say, herein I know that religion is not of God, for God would not delude all the world with false religions, nor yet part of the world, causing one man to believe that another's religion is false. That we know that there's been wars fought over it and all kinds of stuff. Know that I have brought you through many generations, developing the body to a different perfection than any other body. Know that generation has followed generation, obeying my laws of differentiation and selection, until now. And now each one of my bodies is different from all others. That's easy to do. All we got to do is look around a little bit. Each body selects different food. Each selects different experiences and different doctrines. That's not anything so hard to find out, you know. Maybe you like to be a vegetarian, and maybe you like potatoes, and maybe you don't like potatoes. Some people eat a tomato and break out. Some people eat shellfish and break out. Others feel wonderful. So we all select a little different. Having run restaurants, while 6 people sit down at the table and each one of them orders something a little different. If nothing else, they want their steak cooked different. And so on. So we're different. So naturally, if different foods, physical foods, appeal to us, then certainly different ideologies and beliefs would appeal to us. That seems as reasonable to one as the others to me. And we certainly want different experiences. Some of us like to do one occupation, some does another, some couldn't stand the other person's occupation, you know. They just can't do that. And many have their choices of foods having developed into that point where their bodies can benefit by choosing. Some people will actually benefit by choosing what to eat. Well, I can tell them, well, you eat what you get hungry for. And some people say, well, I'm hungry for everything. No, and so they eat everything. And other people are very selective when you tell them that. And many have their choices of doctrines which acquired the mental strength to discriminate between them. Some people can really pick out, others just go on and live whatever you were brought up with. Folks were one particular brand of religion, that's what you grew up with, well, that's the one you fight for all your life, and some is the one you rebel against all your life. Partly how you did it, folks, you know. Isn't that about right? They can't stand theirs. If they believed it, it's bound to have been wrong. But whether they seem to choose or seem to be forced, yet in all cases it is I that choose for them, acting through their choice or against it, giving them each what is best under all the circumstance to develop that particular character and body. So all the things that we have run into has been what was most useful to us at the present time, place, and circumstance. So we really didn't do as much choosing as we thought we did. Now the nature of bodies is such that character depends wholly upon formation. And the formation of the brain and nerves is such that no food or experience or belief can appeal to the character unless such food or experience or belief is suitable for that character development. In other words, if I don't like a certain food, there's not much way I'm going to convince myself to like it. You ever try to learn to like something real well? Think you learn to like liver? Have a little lady that really can't stand the sight, smell, or the looks of it even. So obviously it doesn't fit. And it would probably be very upsetting to the whole person if somewhere or other it was forced down. But do you say, does God let man believe in error? You know, he gives us pretty much, let us have errors. Might even give us one sometimes. Know that all finite belief is erroneous. That's the next statement. Know that all finite belief is erroneous, at least to some degree, but it is nevertheless suitable for the stage of growth that the particular person is in at that moment. And I've noticed many times that is very factual. Is it that in you there setteth itself up a separate person from me which believes? That's all the not I. That one that believes and does is told by its authority. Now personality cannot see the truth and is incapable of knowing me. Life. It only knows about itself and it thinks it knows what ought to be. When that so-called person shall die, leaving the body free to be my conscious instrument, then the body shall radiate all truth. But before then, it's finite as long as there is the believing not I is there, and they will believe something that is truly a bit of an error. Know that all finite belief is erroneous, but is nevertheless suitable for the stage of growth. And this thing that sets itself up as being separate is the one that believes and fights and does all these knowings. And when that personality shall die, leaving the body free to be my conscious instrument, then the body shall radiate all truth. Until then, I provide all beliefs for you, each equally erroneous, that you may believe that which appeals unto you in your present time, place, and circumstance and stage of growth and development. And yet, if you could but understand one of these beliefs from within, the light came on, you would find it true. In other words, from one aspect, from the inner aspect, it's true. The outer aspect, it is erroneous. You would find it true, for truth is so great that but a reflection of its glory would illume thee. In other words, it would fill you full of light, because in one way or another you recognize that what says I and what is really life is what's called God. That God and life is an interchangeable term according to the Scripture, and it seems to, this little book carries that out too. And this is the 10th mystery, that all religions are false when viewed from without, yet all are equally true and beautiful when viewed from within. Each one of them is trying to eliminate the false personality and let the real being, life, spirit within, express and be the whole thing. All of them do that, no matter what the name of it is and what part of the world it originated in. Viewed from without, it comes into a bunch of rituals, a bunch of ideologies, and etc. Do you teach some ancient and beautiful truth? Are you firm in the conviction that the truth you teach is the only truth and that all different religion are lies? Behold, it is well. You are my minister, and the truth which you teach should appeal unto many, and it will, no doubt. And to as many as to whom it shall appeal, you art my messenger, and no one can believe it except they who need it for their development. So when you set out to proselyte a group of people, only a certain number will come along, but they're the ones that can use it at that stage. And when they grow a little further, they will leave, and isn't that nice? You don't get settled with followers that way for long. Thank goodness. Do you break the heart over those to whom the teaching does not appeal, and does you try to reach them by prayer and exhortation? You know, really get with it and pray over them and everything else. Thank goodness you won't appeal to them. It is well. All hearts that can break shall break, in order that those hearts that are strong shall remain.
Yes, try and reach those in whom the belief does not appeal, for this trying will affect both them and you, not in the way you desire, but in the further development of bodies, both yours and theirs. So each whether they don't accept it or not, give them, let it try, and it's valuable to you, and it may be valuable to them. Do some of my religions appear cruelty to you? And do you say, nothing can justify cruelty? Yet I am cruel unto the personality, to all the not-I's, very cruel, and will utterly destroy. Given a little time, it will get utterly destroyed by cruelty, I guess. I am cruel to be kind, developing the brain until you can become conscious of me. I think that's pretty well thing, and get unconscious of not-I. It is well if you can see the beauty in any one of my religions. That's seeing it from within. Each one, as seen from within, teaches the crucifixion of self, the not-I. And if any one of them can lead you into the consciousness of freedom from self, you shall know that I have sent it unto you for that purpose. And that's the only purpose that any religion can really do, is to crucify the self, the set of not-I's that makes up the personality. Have you read that in times past they who profess to be my minister have spread darkness instead of light, and kept back what you call the progress of civilization? Behold, I have ever been alive as I am now. I have ever provided for the development and organization of the formation of character as I saw fit. You know now part of my workings in those dark times, and I have put it in the heart to question my wisdom on the partial knowledge. It's always well to start questioning things at any time, because that's the way you begin to see a whole lot more. If we assume we already know, we don't question. We only condemn or justify. Quit asking questions. You quit questioning things. But question's a pretty worthwhile thing to do. It shows that you're not quite as gullible as you could be. All right? Question. Keep on asking questions. And question don't only mean to ask question, it means to ask yourself, has this got any validity for me? Now, it may have a lot of validity for somebody else, but does it have validity for me? Yet learn that all things worthy to survive thrive best on opposition, with a little second force, as we call it, running around. Anything that's worthy of surviving survives best and grows with some opposition. The principle called civilization is one which gathers strength during the hand of him who would keep it back. In other words, the people who attempt to destroy civilization are the ones which makes it the most powerful. If there was no opposition to it, it gradually falls apart. It becomes very decadent very rapidly. So when we live in a time where there's no opposition to what's called civilization, you see decadence beginning to arise, because there must be a resistance or it don't grow good. Could you know all, then you would say, even then the Lord knew best. But through religions have ever led man into the knowledge of me. It is not through religions alone that I call you. I call by everything in which you are conscious. Everything. Business, beauty, and art, and music, and conversation, and books, and every other thing. They all work just as well as religion does, and maybe sometimes even work better. I call by everything of which you are conscious. Every voice is my voice. Every influence of life in flower or tree or animal is my influence. Every bitter or severe or cruel joke which can come into you is from me. They're very useful. If we didn't have them, we probably would never wake up. Do I speak severely to the personality by the voice of religion? Yes, I speak still more severely by the voice of the experience I send you. That's when it really hollers out loud, isn't it? As the Lord. Every experience is for me. Perhaps you do not see how my your experience can be dictated by divine love. If God sends this, you do not say, then he cannot be a God of love. Know that a parent may love a child very, very, very dearly, but it doesn't mean it always agrees with the kid. If the 4-year-old, 3-year-old kid wants to run in front of Mack trucks, you probably would make a little bit of noise to stop it. Is that correct? Would that be because you were cruel, or is it because you truly loved it? You may do something to convince that child not to run in front of Mack trucks and Kenworthy trucks and so forth. Is that right? Might work at it anyway. Would you feel you were being cruel? No. You were expressing love. Now, the child would probably say you were meaning. I saw a child cry very severely one time because it wanted to pick up a bright red coal in the fireplace. It wanted, it's pretty and it's beautiful. And was very angry with his mother for holding it back from the fire. But would you have been more cruel? Said, well, let me grab it, you know. Huh? Which one would you do? Okay, but the kid would say you were very cruel, you just didn't want it to have that pretty, wouldn't it? Can't do it, mean old woman. So good, okay, then you understand what this just said. Behold, it is for well do you speak thus for a season, for this blindness shall give place to a great light, that you can begin to see sometime. Then shall you know that my love is so great that I do not let a hair of your head be touched except by me, and for your advancement only. So a lot of times we have something that seems to jolt us, but if we look back a little while, we see that sure was good that happened, huh? It opened up God's finished part. So I say unto you that it is my voice which calls you, whether by the words of home songs and mother-taught prayers, or by the wild tempest of rough experience. I expect the experience teaches us more. Whatever voice appeals unto you is my truth for you, to nurse you, until I shall lead you into all truth. And this is the 10th mystery, that each brain believes a different doctrine and different historical fact, and I feed them thereon, giving each the best possible food for such a brain. And you are the self a proof of my care, for even in this I do not let you believe what you read unless that belief shall be the best food for the brain. So let's say that the mystery is that all that appeals to me is valuable to me in some way or other for me to grow. All that appeals to me. All that appeals to me, not to somebody else, is valuable to me. And you don't go around with a bunch of regrets that, oh, if I hadn't only involved myself in so-and-so, look how much better off I'd be. You don't know. Do any of you know whether you ever made a mistake in something or not? I'm not talking about adding up a column of figures. Did you ever make a mistake in some of your action in life? Huh? You think you did? What would have happened had you done something else? You don't know. You don't know what happened. You may not have been here. You may have been dead if you turned the corner the other direction. We don't even know what would have happened had we not went down the road that we didn't intend to sometime. Do you know when you ever made a mistake in any course of action you ever took? Because you would have to know what all the other alternatives were and what would have been the outcome of them. I don't believe any of us can say, I made a mistake in that sense. Sure, we've added up a column of figures and got an incorrect number. That's not a mistake. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about, did you make a mistake when you moved to Dallas instead of going to Buffalo, New York?
No.
Huh?
No.
You'll never know that. You don't know what would have happened. Did you make a mistake when you went downtown one time and got a parking ticket? You don't know. You don't know what would have happened had you went some other direction or parked somewhere else. Is that correct? You don't know. So
think we can ever say with full correctness that we ever made a mistake. I don't know whether I did or not. And I have no way of knowing, because I would have to know all the possible alternatives that I could have done then, and what would have been the outcome of them 2 weeks, 2 years, 20 years down the road. Huh?
Is it safe to say that there are any mistakes?
I don't know. You can say anything, but whether it's true or not, I don't know. I just said I don't think we know whether we ever made a mistake or not. Do you? I have no way to check up. I don't know. According to what it says here, no, you couldn't have made a mistake because life chose to write to them. And even though it wound up with you getting all kinds of bumps and cracks and spots on your head, well, that was still what you could use best at that moment. That's what it says. I don't know. See, I'm only reading the book out here. I don't know that.
Slick.
I'm just the reader here. But I doubt if you ever made a mistake, okay? And I don't think anybody would, I'm sure none of us know whether we ever did or not. I doubt if we did, but I doubt I can't be certain of. But I am sure that you don't know whether you ever made a mistake or not. That I'm sure of, okay?
What is it that makes us feel like we have?
Well, because we feel that there is only two things that could have happened, wonderful and terrible. What happened was terrible, so if I hadn't done this, it would have been wonderful. But it was maybe many degrees of lousiness could have been like.
If it's wonderful, you don't compare it.
See, that's the way we look at everything. If I hadn't have done that, you know, this guy says, if I would have just invested in that building over there, I'd have been a millionaire today. He may have more lawsuits in his hand he could ever settle, couldn't he? And if I just hadn't have done so-and-so, I would have been a millionaire today. If I hadn't married that woman, I would have really been happy. I don't know what you would have done that. Do you? So let's just say that I don't know that I ever made a mistake, because I have no way of finding out what would have happened had I took some alternate route. Okay? That at least we know. So we can't sit around and beat ourselves over the head with a hammer for having made mistakes. But I don't know about it. And I don't think anybody else does. But you know, people do a lot of regretting about the mistakes they made. Huh? And I don't know that we ever made one. I'm sure we're conditioned to believe that if everything didn't work out with a bed of rose petals, we must have made a mistake. Mama always told us I'd do the right thing, everything would work out well, but the old lady forgot to tell me what the right thing was, and let me worry about that for 20 years. Huh? That's why we work on it. If you do the right thing, son, everything will work out fine. Sometimes it didn't work out so good, and so you still which is Mama now internalized, said, see, you didn't do the right thing, that's why you got all this mess, huh? But you don't know what the right thing was. She told me to do it, but she never let me know what it was, do you see? Did your mother tell you to always do the right thing? Did she tell you what the right thing was?
Sometimes she did.
Which was something you didn't want to do,
Right.
or that would prevent you from doing what you wanted to do.
Something you hadn't done.
Is that correct? And if you tried it, you still may not have worked out so well. Then she said, well, you didn't do it right. The folks up in Salt Lake say, well, you do the thing you did the right thing, but for the wrong reason. That really likes you. You see, there's no out when you get caught in all these games. You did the right thing, but for the wrong reason. Good Lord, little fishes. Nothing you can do right. You really caught up in that. So, appropriately, the last mystery is the mystery of death. That is the last kick, you know. So, I guess we'll take that one on. You want to stand up first before we die, or do we just take off?
That's a good time to roll.
Let the good time roll. We'll just go ahead with it right now. We're only going to talk about death this time. The last mystery is the mystery of death. You are one, and yet you are three. What am I going to do now? Yeah, get that noise down to reverberate in my ear. You are one, and yet you're three. There is the body, which is a link in my chain of organized formation, and there is the personality, which thinks it is the real you, and there is the spirit, which is me. So the body and spirit is one, and then there's another one in there, which is a bunch of not-I's that's trying to convince you they're the ones that's running it. Heretofore, trying to be loving, you won't be. Just go on and love what you can and forget the rest of it. You know, all these desires imply the existence of an ideal. Do they not? If you desire something, it implies the existence of an ideal state. Now, everybody here has all attributes in the world. So there's no chance for you to improve. Now, you may not have actualized every attribute, but you have it. So you can't improve upon it, so you just leave it alone. And the very act of leaving it alone allows it to actualize. You know, a plant does better if you don't fiddle with it. If you go out there and poke on it, pull it up every day, see how the roots are doing, stick it back in the ground, and poke on it here, and pull it out and check it, stick needles in it to see what's going on. That plant's not going to do very well. If you just let it alone, it grows good. Did you ever notice how wonderful weeds grow? They let alone, nobody's worried about them. And herein is the mystery of death, that when you are willing for the body to die, it shall live, and I will live therein, and the self-consciousness shall die. That is the mystery. When you are truly free to die, you have a chance of really being alive, because now you've given up all the elements of death. Now, somewhere back up here, we had one of the mysteries was that I'm free to experience whatever may arise in my way today. So if you're free for death to arise in your way today, and it's all right with you, and you wouldn't Panicville and all that stuff, then you have not having very many desires. Is that about right? You're free to be dead. And that one's the one that hangs most people up, and that's why they go on and die. The body dies first in that worry. I know people who worry that if they had a pimple, that it means they're going to die. And this, and this, and this. And they work constantly about dying all the time. And they die thousands of deaths before they really destroy the body, but at least the person who don't get a turn from dying only dies once, if he does. And he has a chance not doing it at all. So I think it's kind of worthwhile just to be free to be wiped out from tears. I've had fun so far. So here is the mystery of death. I think it's very worthwhile to listen to it again. That when you are willing for the body to die, it shall live. And I will live therein, and the self-consciousness, or the not-I's, will die. So see, they're all interested in keeping everything going, and they're going to be up important and everything. So when you're perfectly willing to die, you have ceased to put any value on the not-I's. Right, Miss Martin?
Right.
Okay, let's try to see if we can do that one. That might be a little difficult, but I think it is the key of the whole thing. So we will put number 10 up. It obviously is going to have to be in another color. And in fact, we'll use orange. Orange. Number 10. I am free. See, we talked about freedom a while ago. Now we find out what it is. Free to die. Now or any other time. And that possibly is the approach to immortality. Now, this is nothing new. If any of you have read the New Testament, you'll find that the Christ said 2,000 years ago, the man who laid down his life would find it. Lay it down for his friends. Who cares? So he's dead. And that man would live and live forever, and I think he demonstrated it. Through many trials do I bring the body, even through the sorrow of bereavement. Some of your loved ones passed away. And so on. To the body which has for thee I visited with death. Do you say a happy child at prayer was stricken? Why do the good die young? Well, I think we told you that lots of times, but the good die young, we've heard, and so everybody gets upset about that. Yet I rule all. I have placed in the heart that sense of sympathy which condemns me for not keeping some sweet little child alive.
Another perchance cries, "Oh God, why did I not die as a child so I wouldn't have to suffer all these agonies?" That was my mother's favorite song. I don't see why I didn't die as a child. I said, "Well, I'm glad you stuck around for a little while anyway. I got here, even if you didn't like it. Have you not faith to know that whom I see fit I keep alive, and whom I see fit I let die? This is the last mystery, that death is my angel. The child body, whose formation will not stand the great trials of the world, I relieve of these trials." Now, what's so horrible about that? You know, you've got the Constitution to stand up under this gap that we've all been through. And it's better that they just went to sleep somewhere. One of my dearest little friends, about 3 years old, passed away not too many months ago, and the family was a very dear friend of mine. And little Mona Me did not have the strength to face this world, and so I couldn't think of any sort of more wonderful than little Mona Me went to sleep. I couldn't do it. And after the folks thought about it for a while, and we talked about it, they said likewise. The child body, whose formation will not stand the great trials of the world, I relieve of these trials. Such a body is not tried with strong tendencies. Hence, you call it good. And everybody thought little Mona Me was the sweetest thing in the world, and she was. But her little body wasn't strong enough to bitch, you know. Make noises like most people do. So everybody says good. The coming and passing away of such a body is for you, in order that you may be tried with the fire of affliction. And the sense of separate personality shall die and pass away, but unto the bodies of those to whom the self has died do I give eternal life. And herein is this mystery, that he who would save the life of the self shall lose the life of the body. So if you want to keep all the knot eyes in good shape and doing well, just pamper them. So you save them and the body will die. That seems a little perfect for them. And he who gives up the life of the knot eyes, the self, saves the body. I think that's pretty good. And behold, generation after generation of my bodies have passed away, but I am life and cannot die. And I live in you, and the I that lives in you shall never die. That I which dwells in the body now has lived from the eternal beginnings of all things. Life has no beginning and no end. It doesn't get born and die. It just activates bodies. To it there is no death. It is the creator of all things and lives eternally, radiating its supreme essence of love and power. Fear not death, for it has no power over you, but is the servant. You are a king. The crown is life, and the scepter is death. Though you have always been guided by my life within you, and you need not fear that it will forsake you now. You've been around a long time, seen you've had food, clothing, shelter, transportation, interesting things to do, and all these things all these years. You think it's going to give up on you today? I expect it'll be there in the morning, okay? And the mystery of death and suffering is this, that if one of my bodies shall suffer shame and pain and death, and others shall hear of that shame and pain and death, it shall be unto their minds a development. And it shall so work on their minds that they shall obtain to the development of character which they would otherwise have had to themselves suffer to obtain. And that development shall be a salvation unto their characters. Therefore I show you the mystery of vicarious suffering and salvation thereby, that you may know the truth. Christ blessed is he who suffers, for I will cause his suffering to be a blessing unto others. And if you want to read that carefully over by yourself sometimes, I think you will see that relates to the Christ very accurately, and the crucifixion and so forth. Are you willing to suffer and to die that others may be blessed? Yea, you may suffer shame and pain and death of the body, but if you are really willing and the self-consciousness has passed away, then I say unto you that the body is immortal and the grave cannot hold it. I think that is also demonstrated. Now this writing is inspired by me, Lot, as all things are inspired of me, whether spoken or written or acted. And this writing shall have the effect I choose upon all to whom it shall come, whether it causes them to bless or to curse, to stop or to pray, for all alike are inspired by me. Okay, is there any questions or any comments, or anything anyone needs to talk about? Okay, there's the button. You have, what about it, Amelia?
There was a section here that you read, the coming and passing away of such a body is for thy sake in order that thou mayest be tried with the fire of affliction. Does that mean that we're tested? Or
No, not tested, but that you get stronger when you can tolerate something a little bit, you know. And there's some things you have to go through. Now, obviously, none of us would choose for one of our loved ones to pass away. Is that right? But if they do, it is necessity you're going to live through it anyway, and you'll be a bit stronger one way or another, okay? Doesn't mean you're tested and tried out, because it doesn't say that. It says all the way through that you're only given what you can handle at this moment. Is that right? You may not like what you can handle immediately, but no more will be given than you can handle. And of course the theme is that when we're willing to die, that kills the not eyes. That goes against them. That's the only way really you can get totally rid of all not eyes, that you're really willing to die. Because that killed those little guts.
I thought that the not eyes, that the only thing that they agreed on was that
you should kill yourself.
Yeah.
Right.
So when you say...
But you see, that's only when you're in turmoil and trying to be non-disturbed, honey, not when you're growing. They want to convince you totally under their power that if you would just get yourself dead, you wouldn't be disturbed anymore. And it's so pathetic, so that's an ultimate expression of self-pity they lead you into. Not to be willing to die, but to want to die to get out of a little pain or a little hassle that might be going on somewhere. Isn't that right? That's quite different, isn't it, Amelia? Yes, ma'am. I don't either, but...
I'm wondering about it ever since you started this. It's from the start, I ain't lying, and all is okay. Is procrastination a part of a not-I or something?
Oh, it is not a sort of one. It is a perfect one.
Because it's
A
always...
full-grown procrastination. You never heard of it?
No, what? Well, if you get into this always okay, just that procrastination.
Well, it's all right to procrastinate because that's one of the biggest conflicts you run into, and it hurts so much. You finally get over it. It gets you into it where it's better to not do it than put up with the agony, isn't it? You procrastinate pretty well. Isn't it miserable? Miserable, isn't it? You know, you get a bill, and so you say, well, I should write the check now. Well, I'll do it tomorrow. You'll feel upset all night. Well, tomorrow, why not put it off another day? Pretty soon the thing's past due, got an interest on it, and so forth, and you can really be all riled up over that thing. Is that right? So procrastination is intentional suffering, if you will do it. But it's all right to do it because it will finally torment you enough that it gives you more strength. It's like exercise and lifting weights, you see. Okay? We have no life in this book gives you no you shoulds or not do. If you have noticed, there wasn't one time through it it says you should do so-and-so or that you should not do so-and-so. Not once. And of all the books I've ever read that were spiritually directed, it's the only one I can say that about. Has anybody ever read one that didn't have some shoulds and ought-tos in it? Have you, Marcy? That you can recall out right off the top of your head. Well, if you look it up and you find one, send me the name of it. Well, I'd like to add it.
I was thinking of one, but I'm not sure. I'll have to check
Check it out, would you please? I've never seen one of them, and I have read 2 or 3 of them anyway. 2 years, you know. 2 years I've read a few of them. And they all give you some shoulds and ought-tos and have-tos and musts and so forth, and if you don't do this, all kinds of crap. And not one in here. Now, the only thing is if and when you were free to die, then the personality would die first and the body could live on, and its X would express and operate the body instead of the not eyes, and that is quite a difference, okay? Okay, any other? Yes, sir.
What is your opinion on the redistribution of the Spirit at death?
I don't have any. I have no opinions. I don't know, and what I don't know, I don't know. So redistribution, I don't understand that word, but even then I wouldn't have an opinion about it. What do you mean by redistribution?
Well, of course...
Where does it go when it gets here? It don't go anywhere. It's just like the light. You turn the switch, the globe goes out. Where's the light in the room go to?
Redistributed in the darkness.
Huh?
It's redistributed in the darkness.
You don't know, so let's just leave it that way. I don't know, sir. I don't struggle myself with that. I'm alive at this moment, and that's all that really matters. I don't work into that.
It's an involuntary conversion.
The what?
Involuntary conversion.
Maybe it is. I don't know. It may not be converted. I don't know. It seems to me that life is, and that it doesn't matter whether it had one body or 10 millions or 10 trillion bodies. It wouldn't make any difference. It's just like we have cells in the body and the slew of them die every day, and I don't think anybody pays any attention to it. Do you cut off fingernails, cut off hair, skin fluffs off every day, cells inside, well, they don't pay attention to it. Life goes on, okay? So I think that probably in the overall view, each of us is a microscopic little cell in the body of something called life. So one cell more or less don't matter, yeah.
I think I missed it. Something you said there, and I'll have to clarify.
Okay, you run it by me again, because I have to publish what I said.
That it takes a stronger physical body to express life than it does to express the knowledge.
Oh, yeah, that's very true. Yeah, that's right. Now eyes can fiddle around with any old sick carcass. Life burn it out. Okay. To really live life in it without the not eyes would burn out an awful lot of bodies floating around on the street. And you're a strong cat, so I think you could stand it. Okay? That answer your question? Okay? Any other questions? You said you were going to have a service at 9:30 in the morning. At 11 we will have the usual Sunday service, right? I will talk on, it's already been requested by my friend over here, so he asked for the sermon and I'm going to give it, okay? I one time gave this for a Catholic priest, and when you do this for the priest, it's called a homily. It's not called a sermon, it's called a homily. So I gave a talk, and they're never the same, but it covers the same subject. And he said he wanted me to go with him everywhere to give the homily, because it's the only sermon he ever heard worth a darn. So we will check it out in the morning, see if it's any good. The Roman Church priest even approved of it, so who knows? Maybe a Methodist will someday. The Mormons don't. I tried it out on the general authorities, and they thought it was terrible. The folks all liked it, the members, but the general authorities of the Mormon Church condemned it as the teaching of the devil. So anybody talking to me in public or private is excommunicated from the church for having consorted with demons. So if anyone's a Mormon, don't come in the morning, okay? Okay, dear people, it has been a marvelous, wonderful day for me, and I hope you have tolerated it fairly well. We will see you in the morning, at least at 11. Maybe I'll float around the floor. I have fulfilled your request to talk on the word of life. Is that the last word?
Done good.
A young man who is a minister of the gospel and not at the moment affiliated with the church has come across this book, and he wants to organize a church called the Church of Life's Word. Any of you want to join the church? It's going to be put together, it's true, because I told him he could do so, and he's going to organize it. He is a duly ordained minister and all that good stuff, and now he is going to start a church called the Church of Life's Word. So if you hear of it running around, you will know that it is something you are at least aware of, okay?
Where start?
Well, where does anything start these days that's unusual? California, of course.
Yeah, of course.
We'll try to see that it's nationwide as quick as possible, okay? Okay? Now, it will be everything you heard out of the last word today, you have heard many times over or have read it many times over in Scripture, etc. All I did was try to bring it down into present-day language. Huh? And I did make a few comments on it here and there and elsewhere, as I saw fit to do so. Okay? Let's all see you in the morning. Have a lovely, lovely evening. And I'll see you if you're not here in the morning. I will see you one of these days along the way somewhere. Okay? You said you wanted to. Okay, we will sit over here in the corner.